morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the BCP Planning Committee, the first full committee of the 2023 to 24 municipal year. So we have a practically full committee this morning. I'll go around and ask everybody to introduce themselves so that you have a chance to know each other, know the voices and know the faces. So I'll start with myself. I'm Marion Lepedvin. I'm Chair of Planning and I'm representing Newtown and Heatherlands Ward in Poole. So I'll pass on to my Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Hilliard, Vice Chair, Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Matt Gillett, Talbot Woods. Peter Sidaway, Broadstone. Cameron Adams, Kinson.
Michael Tarling, Christchurch Town.
Bobby Dove, Little Down and Iford.
Jo Clements, Penn Hill.
Sharon Carr-Brown, Queen's Park.
Gillian Martin, Boscombe West.
Joe Salmon, Moordown.
Brian Hitchcock, Hamworthy.
Felicity Rice, Oakdown Ward.
Thank you very much. We also have various council officers with us. On my right is Alec Krushak, who's interim head of planning. Then we have David. The next along is Robert Firth, who's legal. Beyond that, David Hodges, who's a planning officer, head of planning. No, interim development manager. I get it right. We also have Claire Johnson from Democratic Services, who's clerking this meeting. And on screen, we shall have various planning officers and other council officers making expert contributions as appropriate. That we'll introduce them as we get to it. So we move on to the agenda, item number 1. Oh, yes. Sorry, we'll start with some housekeeping notices.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that the meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council, the live board, and it will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chairman. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Bradley Road under the flyover. And finally, please could everyone ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. And for those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on any laptops. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So item 1 on the agenda is apologies. Ms Johnson, can we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we've received apologies for this meeting from Councillor John Challoner and Councillor David Flagg. And Councillor Challoner is being substituted by Councillor Bobby Dove.
Thank you.
1 and 2.
So, councillors, members, are there any declarations of interest on any of the items on this agenda? Councillor Tarling?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a declaration of predetermination on item 6B of the agenda. I'll be recusing myself from the meeting. I have requested to speak on this item though. Thank you.
Thank you. But as ward councillor rather than as member of the committee?
Yes, that's correct. As ward councillor. Thank you.
And any other declarations? Yes, Councillor Martin.
I have a non-pecuniary interest in item 6A, which is the Captain's Club one, and I will be excusing myself from the meeting. I've got a close family member involved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, public confirmation of minutes from the meeting we had on the 1st of June, a very brief meeting. Is everybody happy to confirm the minutes? Everybody happy? Yeah, I don't see anyone saying no, so we'll confirm those. And we come on. Sorry. Thank you. And we come on to confirmation to public issues. After the officer presentation on each application, we will hear public speakers, followed by any ward councillors and other councillors who wish to speak. And so we now move on to the schedule of planning applications. The first one is the Captain's Club Hotel, Wick Lane. Councillor Martin is leaving us temporarily. And we're welcoming the case officer, Ms Maudsley, who will be presenting the officer's case.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me and see the presentation?
You're not, that's it.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the captain's is for an extension to the existing hotel to create additional hotel bedrooms and suites and ancillary plant rooms. The hotel is located on the edge of the River Stour and on the edge of the town centre boundary. The hotel currently has 28 bedrooms, which includes 12 suites. Here we have an aerial view of the site from Google. This illustrates the relationship between the hotel and the residential properties to the north in Creedy Drive and to the west in Soapers Lane. Here we have the public car park and the rowing club to the east, and opposite the site is the open space and the recreation area within Wick Village. These slides show the boundaries of the conservation area. The top plan shows the western boundary of the central Christchurch conservation area, so you can see highlighted in kind of a yellowy orange colour. And at the bottom we have Wick Village conservation area denoted by this black line here, and the Captain Club hotel is sited in this location. These show the existing elevations. As you can see, we have a 3-storey building with a significant amount of glazing on the riverside elevation on the top plan. And on the rear, the hotel was originally designed with minimal glazing and small portholes. This is a photograph of the hotel from the recreation ground opposite the site within the Wick Village area. And this is a partially obscured view of the rear elevation with the existing car park at the back of the hotel. Moving on to the proposed site plan, the proposals involve a rear extension and a 4th-storey extension to create 29 additional bedrooms and 7 suites. At ground floor level, the extension incorporates the existing storage and plant rooms into the actual building. With regards to the parking provision, there is an existing car park, which you can see on the plan, with 47 spaces serving the hotel visitors and staff, as well as acting as a pay and display car park for the public. It is proposed to retain these 47 spaces for hotel visitors and staff only. The site lies in Zone B, as set out within the BCP parking SPD. A hotel of this size is required to provide 49 spaces, and therefore there is a shortfall of 2 spaces. However, given the highly sustainable location, the site's position on the edge of Zone A, the proximity of the 2 public car parks, it's considered that this level of parking provision is acceptable. And moving on to the sequential test and flood risk, as members will see from the committee report, the site lies in a current and future high-risk flood zone. It is outlined in more detail in the report. However, I'm satisfied that we do not need to apply the sequential test because the net footprint of the extension does not exceed 250 square metres, which is the threshold for non-residential extensions as set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. This has been challenged within the representations. Having carried out my own calculations, I, along with the Planning Policy Officer, are satisfied that the sequential test is not applicable in this case. Moving on to the floor plans. At the top, we have the ground floor plan. You can see there's no bedrooms at ground floor level, but you can see the storage and plant areas are now incorporated within the building. At first floor, we have 12 new hotel bedrooms situated at the rear. On the second floor, we again have 12 bedrooms at the rear. And at third floor, within the 4th-storey addition, there are 5 standard bedrooms and the 7 new suites, which each have their own terraced area facing towards the riverside. On the roof, you can see where my cursor is, there's 2 new plant rooms within the 4th storey, but they are open with no roof covering. A noise assessment has been submitted as part of the application, establishing a background noise level, and condition 9 in the report ensures that noise from these plant areas will not harm the amenity of neighbouring residents. The drawing at the top shows the riverside southern elevation. You can see the additional 4th story, which is set in with within the existing turret features of the building. The plans were amended during the determination process to reduce the scale and prominence of this additional level. It's considered that this elevation is now successful in maintaining the character of the hotel, and the extension does not result in a dominant or intrusive building form from the southern aspect. The north or rear elevation at the bottom shows the greatest change, with the additional built form and the introduction of glazing at 1st, 2nd and 3rd floor. Side elevations show how the 4th story will be set back and the glazed balustrade for the terraces at this level. The site section below illustrates the relationship between the hotel and the properties in Creedy Drive. The top floor extension will clearly make this building higher than the surrounding buildings. However, with the setting in of this element, it's not considered to create a visually intrusive building. Here we have a site plan, and I've annotated some of the distances between the buildings and the hotel. The front elevations of numbers 21 to 33 Creedy Drive face the application site. A number of these 3-story properties have 1st floor balconies. There is a great deal of concern within the representations regarding the new windows on the rear elevation and the potential loss of privacy. These concerns are realised and have been carefully considered. However, as you can see from my report, it is concluded that, given the distances between the buildings, the open aspect of the front of these dwellings with the car park, footpath and cycle route, and the rear amenity spaces not being overlooked, the proposed relationship is considered to be acceptable. This is a kind of photo montage submitted as part of the application showing the riverside elevation. And again, another one for the rear elevation. We also have some 3D elevations that have been put together by the applicant. And this photograph is taken from the recreational ground opposite the site. It is clear that the hotel is currently visible from the conservation area in which I'm stood in this photograph. It already forms a prominent position on the riverside and is viewed as part of the built fabric on the northern side of the river and impacts the setting of the conservation area. The proposed 4th story extension is not considered to result in harm to the setting of the conservation area. The top floor extension will remain recessive, and the design complements the existing form and appearance of this unique building. Another photo looking down towards the hotel, and please note from this photo that the Grade 1 listed Priory Church within Christchurch Town Centre can't be viewed from this position. As I move further down the river, the Priory Tower becomes visible above the rowing club building. It's considered that the hotel extension will not disrupt any views of the Priory and the significance of the setting of this Grade 1 listed heritage asset. This view is from the entrance to Maresmead car park and the boundary of the central Christchurch conservation area. The roof of the hotel is just visible above the trees where you can see the pink arrow. The proposal will mean the 4th story will be more visible from the conservation area. However, this does not automatically mean it is harmful. The design of the extensions means the larger building is not considered to be overly intrusive and harm the setting of this conservation area. These photos are of some of the properties in Creedy Drive. As I mentioned previously, these 3-story dwellings with balconies face the hotel and the existing car park. This is taken from Creedy Drive. You can see the kind of separation distances between the hotel and the residential dwellings. This photo is taken on the approach to the hotel from the east on Wick Lane. The public right-of-way referred to in the addendum sheet runs along Wick Lane and to the front of the hotel. Views from this public footpath are not considered to be adversely affected. This photo is taken from the north, adjacent to Willoway public car park. The hotel will appear more prominent from this position, as it can be seen between the existing residential dwellings. However, with the 2 and 3-story dwellings in the foreground, partially screening the main rear extension, the impact on visual amenities is considered to be acceptable. The report sets out the economic and tourism benefits arising from the proposal, with the extended hotel adding to the tourist accommodation within the area and benefiting the local economy. It's concluded that the scheme before you is acceptable and is compliant with the development plan and the NPPF. It's considered there's no harm caused to the setting of the 2 conservation areas or the Grade 1 listed priory in the town centre. The parking provision is acceptable and the associated traffic movements are not considered to cause a detrimental impact on the local highway network. The concerns of loss of privacy and overlooking have been taken into account, but on balance, the impact on amenity is considered to be acceptable. There is likely to be more movements around the hotel given the increased number of bedrooms. However, given the character of the area and the fact that the car park is not increasing in size, any increase in noise is not considered to be significant or harmful. The application is recommended for approval as set out in the report and in the addendum sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Now, thank you, and we will pass on now to speeches from the public, starting with the objectors, and then moving on to the applicants, and then Ward Councillor. So could we have their names, please?
The objectors for this application are Mr. Mark Strickland and Mr. David Boyce. Mark Strickland, I believe, is in the room and will read out his statement, and I will read out the statement on behalf of Mr. Boyce.
Thank you. So could Mr. Strickland come to the microphone? Thank you.
Christchurch. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Christchurch Council's Planning Committee and Christchurch Residents Association have unanimously objected to this proposal, not just once, but twice. Overwhelmingly, there have been more than 105 representations of objection with resolute opposition to this proposal. It is concerning to witness that the case officer has chosen to disregard each and every one of these objections. The separation distances between residents' homes and the hotel are crucial in assessing any adverse effects on residential amenity and privacy. No clear, accurate separation distances have ever been produced. This lack of precision is astonishing. Both the developers and the planning department have quoted inaccurate separation distances. The case officer's feedback incorrectly stated there is approximately 32 metres between the buildings. In fact, our home is only 22 metres away from the hotel, a significant difference of 10 metres. The developer's planning statement 7.31 claims a separation distance of 35 metres to the nearest homes in Creedy Drive. These inconsistencies cast doubt on the fairness and reliability of the assessment and its conclusions. Residents made several attempts to communicate with the case officer, requesting a site visit to their homes. Regrettably, none of these inquiries received a reply or acknowledgement. This lack of any engagement with the residents has contributed to the highly biased judgments in favour of the developer on all counts. Point 62 of the case officer's final report rests on the entirely inadequate use of the National Model Design Code to dismiss any amenity issues, asserting that while there might be some mutual overlooking, the distances are sufficient to maintain privacy as they exceed the 15-20 metre distances. It is crucial to highlight that the NMD guidance is intended for low-rise residential housing, not a 4-storey commercial hotel. It is incredulous to consider that a separation distance of a mere 15-20 metres can be deemed fair and reasonable in relation to an incomparable 4-storey hotel extension with 128 window panes. Many local planning authorities recognise that separation distances should be extended as the building height increases. Southampton planning authorities recommends minimum separation distances of 21 metres for 2-storey buildings, 28 metres for 2 to 3 storeys, and 35 metres for 3 to 4 storeys to preserve residential amenity and privacy from overlooking. Had this more equitable guidance been applied, she would have reached a vastly different conclusion that acknowledged the incomparable nature of a 4-storey hotel to residential housing. Her conclusion rests on a meagre distance of 15 to 20 metres, which is wholly insufficient. This proposed development will unequivocally undermine the amenity and privacy of the residents. We respectfully ask you to carefully reconsider this matter in line with policy HE2 and restore everyone's faith in the integrity of the planning process. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, could you read the statement? But how are we doing for time?
We're
Because
okay.
We're okay.
We've got
Thank
time
you.
for this statement. I wish, sorry, this is a statement from Mr. Boyce regarding the Captain's Club. I wish to object to the above proposed development on the following grounds. One, as the additional overall resulting height of the building. As the additional overall resulting height of the building would, in my opinion, look excessively high and out of keeping with the height of the surrounding buildings and be the tallest along the river frontage, I believe the existing height is the acceptable maximum and comparable with that of the previous development, being Pontin's Ballroom building. The existing car park facilities capacity to the rear of the existing building, I understand, will be replaced by additional hotel rooms, and I have concerns about the impact this will have on demand for local roadside parking and in the nearby public metered car parks. In summary, from my knowledge and experience of this area as a local resident living almost directly opposite the Captain's Club for the past 59 years, I believe the proposed development to be unnecessary and excessive, resulting in a building elevation which will look an eyesore along the picturesque River Stour frontage. Furthermore, the additional customer accommodation and retail footfall will over-congest an already busy location and spoil this outstandingly beautiful area. Obviously, the applicants wish this development to be approved as the commercial financial benefits will have been carefully considered, but overall I believe that this development would adversely impact the peace, tranquility and enjoyment for the local residents and holiday makers alike. Thank you in anticipation of my submission.
Thank you. And now we move on to the applicant or supporters of the scheme. And again, I believe we've got two speakers.
That's correct, Chairman. The first speaker in support of the scheme is Peter Lamb for the agent.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members. As I said, my name is Peter Lamb. I'm here from Savills Planning. We're the agent for 5N Developments, who's the development partner with Captain's Club Hotel, who is proposing to extend the hotel and provide a world-class accommodation, food and beverage, health and wellbeing facility. We're delighted with the officer recommendation for approval, and we feel this reflects the considered design approach, engagement with the planning department and other stakeholders, and general hard work that has gone into getting the proposal to this point. The benefits of granting planning permission for this hotel extension are significant and will include high quality accommodation which appeals to a diverse target market of corporate guests and tourists, helping meet demand for accommodation in the local area. Long-term financial sustainability for the hotel and its employees. Increased job opportunities for the local community and supply chain. Retention of the hotel's independent and local ownership. Enhancements to the hotel which will subsequently uplift the tourism landscape within Christchurch. And a sustainable development, including 78% biodiversity net gain on site. So the application seeks to contribute to the longevity of the hotel by providing 29 supplementary rooms and 7 new suites, bringing the total room numbers to 65. Our client's experience and BCP Tourism's evidence confirms that there is a need for additional high quality bed spaces in Christchurch and at this hotel. This scheme will contribute to Christchurch's reputation as a fantastic place to visit. In addition to simply meeting bed space demand, the extension will support the spa and restaurant facilities. Enhanced revenue will be reinvested back into the hotel, which benefits all users of the facility and not just people staying over. As demonstrated by letters of support from BCP Tourism and local companies and charities, including Dorset Chamber and Room to Reward, there will be wider economic benefits for the local area through job creation and training opportunities. The applicant has engaged with both the local community and the local planning authority, addressing concerns raised where possible. The hotel is committed to maintaining its active role in the community and working collaboratively with stakeholders, including residents, businesses and authorities. The proposal is in keeping with the form and design of the existing hotel and builds upon and responds to the character of the current building. The top floor has been set back and materials amended through the application process to minimise visual impact and address feedback and comments made by neighbours. The Urban Design and Conservation Officer agrees that this is an appropriate scale and bulk, and the Planning Officer considers the glazing treatment to be in keeping with the existing hotel. Amenity will be protected. Sun terraces face south to the river. The extension, as the officer said, is some 35 metres from properties on Creedy Drive, There is a closer distance as set out in our documentation, around 24 metres, but that's not the part where the hotel is being extended. It's the existing part of the hotel. And it's about 25 metres from Soapers Lane at its closest point.
Could I just remind you that you've used now half the time available, and there is another speaker to come?
That's right, we planned it that way. Nearly
Fine.
done. The proposal is supported by the Highways Authority, and the existing car park be removed from public use and dedicated to use by guests and staff of the hotel. The site benefits from flood defences, and design ensures that only plant and other ancillary rooms will be located on the ground floor with the bedrooms above. There'll be flood resilience measures such as stainless steel and plastic fixtures, tiled and concrete floors. It's sustainable. It will deliver a policy compliant renewable energy and efficiency solution via air source heat pumps, which can be agreed by a planning condition. And as I said before, 78% biodiversity net gain. I'll finish there to let Andrew come and speak. But overall, we feel it accords with national planning policy and local planning policy and guidance. And I'll now hand over to Andrew Emery.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, Chairman and members. So I'm the Strategic Development Manager for BCP Council, advising on tourism matters for the last 7 years. So critical to understand, what kind of visitor offer do we want in the conurbation? And actually, we understand from the evidence base that for every £1 that a day visitor spends and contributes in terms of congestion and all sorts of other challenges for the destination, a staying visitor contributes £7 to the local economy. And that translates for Christchurch into about £30 million worth of spend in the local economy, including shops, food and drink. There is a presumption in favour of new development where it's sustainable. And we would argue that this particular site is very sustainable rather than constructing a whole new hotel in a new location. We've got plenty of evidence base to demonstrate that there is a need and a growth opportunity here in terms of visitors are wanting to come to Christchurch, but our current tourism offer in the area requires some alignment and realignment, and certainly in the case of 4-star and boutique style hotels, that's a key area that the market is looking for. So in summary, mindful I've got very little time here, we feel that this offer really meets market needs in terms of changing expectations of visitors, attracting younger generations of staying visitors, and it is a very sustainable proposal and development. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And now the other category of speakers, if you like, is the ward councillors, and we have Councillor Mike Cox to speak on screen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking actually on behalf of the local residents of Creedy Drive and also the residents of Christchurch in general. I've actually sat on the original Christchurch Town Planning Committee, where this proposal was, as has already been stated, was unanimously rejected for the reasons actually set out on your pages 26 and 27. I think I don't want to particularly repeat a lot of the arguments which those that have already spoken against are, but I thought they spoke very well. What I would say is that I would emphasise that Captain's Club is actually a much valued asset of Christchurch Town and has to date been a very good neighbour. So it's very disappointing that this proposal has come forward in the way it's come forward. The agent and the hotel have not, in my opinion, particularly in any way, they've done little or nothing to change the proposals which were originally put forward. What I would like to do is to draw your attention to the pages 26 and 27 and the three different categories of objections that have been made in terms of the design and the scale. Clearly, it will clearly be overbearing, and the excessive bulk of this new development will be substantial. It will dominate the riverbank, certainly from the other side. And one area that I think Sophie pointed out about the loss of privacy. You know, it may well be acceptable in some terms, but it's certainly the loss of privacy will be substantial, and it will affect neighbours, the close neighbours. In my opinion, it is contrary to the local plans policies HE2 and 3. In terms of the traffic, it will generate a lot more traffic to the area, and pressure on the local car parks, one of which has already just been closed, I think, actually due to be closed, and so that will have a substantial effect on visitors. And in terms of the amenity, particularly, I noted Sophie was talked about the condition 9, which will relieve the noise and the emissions of the. And frankly, I don't think that's adequate. There will be a significant increase in noise and emissions from the roof, and they will significantly affect the local neighbours. There was in terms of the flood risk that was already been talked about. The sequential test was not was deemed to be not applicable. Well, anybody that actually attended the coastal seminar the other day would say that it should be, and the changes that are happening to our coastline at the moment because of climate change is substantial, and that we're in every development of this type, and this falls into that area where we must be looking at very carefully. Then that sequential test must be applicable, and so I would politely ask the committee that this proposal is rejected, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. So now we move to the committee deliberations, or rather, first of all, any questions or queries arising from the plans, from what you've heard today, from what you've seen on site. At this stage, please, no comments or opinions, just questions for clarification and further information.
So I just make one comment. We do have the benefit of having a colleague from Environmental Health on the call for the first part of this meeting, if you have any technical questions relating to environmental health issues. Thank you.
So first of all, I'll call Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, so Joe Salmon, Moordown Ward. So I've had quite a back and forth with Sophie over the last couple of days about the transport assessment, because I think one of the things that comes across in the application is that there is a shortfall of parking spaces, but this is offset by the location and the sustainable transport links. And drilling down into that transport assessment, I'm worried that the assertions made in there, there's not a strong enough evidence base. Now, I don't know if this is the right time. No? No?
As yet, we haven't heard a question, so
Okay.
can you keep
just
your opinions to limit?
Is there a possibility that we can push this decision back until there has been a proper assessment of the impact this is going to have on the transport? So I know parking and transport are a big concern, and it doesn't look like that's been done yet.
So, Ms. Maudsley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the BCP highways have assessed the impact on the parking and the traffic flows associated with this development. As you can see from the report, there's a shortfall of 2 spaces, but we do not consider this to be a significant issue. The site lies on the boundary of Zone A, in which only 33 spaces would actually be required. So being on that boundary, given the public car parks, the 2 public car parks close to the site, and being so close to the town centre, we consider that 2 space shortfall is acceptable. My colleague Steve Staces from the Highways department is on this call, so I don't know if he wanted to provide any further information on this. Steve, did you?
Yeah, morning all.
Okay.
Yeah, just to add a couple of points on that. Yeah, the development is 2 spaces short bar on the BCP parking standards. It is important to note that the BCP standards are optimum and they're not minimum standards, and there can be a variation from those figures if the applicant provides appropriate justification, which is part of what the transport assessment does. It indicates the area, location. It's removing the pay and display option from their existing car park, which actually will mean that the development itself will stand on its own from a parking perspective, whereas currently members of the public could drive there, park there, look for spaces, which can increase sort of vehicle movements through the site to the car parks back and forth. Hotel members turn up, not find a space, looking for car parking. So the removal of the pay and display element from the car park is actually a big improvement, because hotel staff, hotel members will just turn up at that car park. Other members of the public will have to go to the other car parks to use. It's important to note that actually we consider it a sustainable location, which the transport assessment confirms. In our BCP standards, it's a zone B, which is considered as sustainable with good access to public transport, train station, facilities. It's directly abuts to zone A, which is the highest level of sustainability. So our own standards sort of indicate it is a sustainable location. The transport assessment also indicates the vehicle movements to the site will be relatively low. We're talking 15 two-way movements in the morning, peak time 16 two-way movements in the evening peak time, with most of the hotel traffic being spread out through the day. When hotel visitors turn up, park their car, because of the facilities in the area, local facilities, the likelihood is they'll leave the car there and do the rest of their journeys by walking and talking. So we have assessed it thoroughly in regard to the information, our own information, what the appellant has provided in their transport, and we're satisfied that the 2 space shortfall can be satisfied, and the impact on the network won't be severe, which is the standard that needs to be reached before we could recommend refusal. I hope that helps.
So I'm not sure if I'm looking at a different transport assessment, Steve, because the transport assessment I'm looking at, the assessment of the bus services was carried out based on sources from July 2022. Yet that's a month before Yellow Bus went out of business. So I'm not sure that's good enough in terms of assessing the public transport links. And that assessment only looks on the frequency of those services, not the quality of those services. If you look at planning a journey to the Captain's Club via public transport, I mean, you need to look at that as part of the transport assessment. I don't think the conclusions, the assertions made in that this transport assessment have the necessary evidence base. We're one of the most congested cities in the country.
Excuse me, Councillor Salmon, you are straying very much into comments and opinions. We just want factual questions at the moment.
I'm concerned that there is not a factual basis for this transport assessment, and I think we need to go away and do our homework. This is an important part of the application. It's vitally important. We are in the midst of an environmental crisis, and this proposal, as far as I can see, has not been properly assessed in terms of
it may be valid, but not at this stage. Save it for later.
I'm not familiar with all the legal rigmarole of it, so I'll be quiet now, but I think we do need to come back to this because it's an important part of the application.
If I can help in some way, so I think there was a question in there that you might want answered, where you made specific reference to the evidence base in the transport assessment, talking about public transport and then the closure of a bus company. So do we have any comment about that specific element and whether that has any wider bearing on the transport statement?
Sorry, Sophie, specifically was considered when we looked at the transport assessment. We considered the location. Obviously, our own evidence states it's sustainable. The bus journeys offer an alternative to that. When that gets resolved and the journeys beef up, then we would consider it to still be a sustainable location. It's abuts to zone A, which is considered the most sustainable locations. Car journeys, bus journeys will always differ in speed and sort of routes. Buses have to go through different routes to get to location, but it does offer an alternative in those locations. There isn't a policy where we refuse developments that increase traffic. We have to look at the impact that the development has on the overall transport network, and 15 movements in the morning, 16 movements in the evening, compared to the hundreds of thousands of vehicles on the transport network, is significantly low, and the impact isn't going to be severe. So we did consider the transport assessment. I don't think we particularly considered the actual bus closure, but the bus routes and the train routes are still an offer that there is there.
Thank you. I had a question from Councillor Carl Brown.
I have two, but hopefully they are brief clarifications, if
Thank
that's
you.
all right. The first is Councillor Cox briefly mentioned, so part of the reliance has been on 2 local car parks. Councillor Cox briefly mentioned that one of them is closing next week. Is that true?
I don't believe it's that car, but any of these closed car parks, but that can be clarified by by Ms Maudsley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's the car parks in the town centre that are closing for the development of the police, former police court site. So yeah, so the 2 closest car parks to this application site are remaining open.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my second one was, I'd like to really bottom out these separation distances. We have quite competing figures being bandied around. Anything from 21 to 35, and also perhaps most importantly, this 24 metres, which I think the council is offering as the closest, is to a non-developed part of the Captain's Club. What is the shortest separation distance? Who's got the correct evidence, please?
You've beat me to it because I was going to ask that. Yeah. So please, Mrs Maudsley, can you enlighten us?
Thank you, Chair. So hopefully on the screen you can see the site plan that I've annotated. These measurements are taken from the site plan and also through our stat map mapping services that we use. So you can see number 29, it's probably the closest residential property. It's 23 metres to this element, but this part of the building is single storey and is remaining as is. And there's 28 metres to the start of the rear extension. So it's this element here that's going up to 3 stories. So yeah, I'm comfortable that distance there, 28 metres, is accurate. These go a little bit more up to 32, and that's again to the edge of the rear extension. These side bits are single story and not changing. I hope, does that help, councillors?
Yes, the councillor seems satisfied, and so am I on that issue. So thank you. I think that's on Councillor Dove's hand up.
Thank you. It's just in respect of the tree planting, which is being suggested as screening between the hotel and the houses on Greeley Drive. I just wondered what the height of those trees were, if they have reached full maturity, and if not, how tall will they go, and will they further assist any screening in the future?
Thank you. Bear with me, let me just get some photographs. So these are the current trees on kind of the northern boundary with Creedy Drive. There is going to be some additional understory planting, so more shrubs along this element. So in terms of new trees, I don't think they're going to make any additional contribution because it'll just be kind of filling up this space here. The new trees are going to be planted within this landscaped area east of the hotel, so clearly they would not help in terms of screening to the residential properties. Is that sufficient?
So the current trees that are there, are they providing a screen into the first floor homes of people on Creedy Drive or not?
I'd say they're providing some, but they're going to prevent any kind of mutual overlooking between the third, kind of second story, third story extension at the back. So I would say ground and first floor, they might provide some, but not. I would not be relying on those trees as a mitigation measure. But as I said before, I'm happy with the separation distances.
Thank you. And just to confirm that these are now at full maturity and not to grow any higher.
To be honest, I'm not sure I could answer the question. There's a mixture of species along there. but yeah, I couldn't answer you, I'm afraid.
I saw Councillor Rice's hand up.
Yes, thank you. Can we also answer Councillor Mike Cox's question about the flood risk and particularly about the impacts of climate change and the rising sea levels and risks of flood, whether these have been appropriately taken into account. I've got another question, but it's just slipped my mind. So maybe if we answer that one first. Oh yeah, no, the second question was for the environmental health, and in terms of the noise, lots of concerns about the amount of noise there. So if we can get clarification about what assessment has been done and why you think it won't have an impact, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the sequential test is to locate development within the lower risk flood zones. This application site is in current high risk flood zones and also in future high flood risk zones. And so certain developments need to go through the sequential test where you look at other available reasonable sites that could accommodate the development. In terms of this proposal, within the NPPF, it stipulates that non-residential extensions, if the footprint does not exceed 250 square metres, then the sequential test does not need to be applied. Now, in this case, obviously, we have a quite large extension to the hotel, but the actual footprint of the extension, taking off the existing footprint of the elements at the back of the hotel, does not exceed this 250 square metres. And therefore, in line with the NPPF, the sequential test does not need to be applied. Having said that, that does not mean that flood risk hasn't been assessed as part of the application, and you can see within the report it has. The standing advice supplied by the Environment Agency says that finished floor levels should be kept the same as the existing and resilient measures incorporated into the design. The proposed floor levels of the rear extension are the same as the existing, and there are going to be kind of flood resilient measures put within the building. For example, flood sockets raised up from the ground. So we're happy that flood risk is acceptable. The site is also defended against flood risk in this area. Touching on surface water drainage, because there are areas along Soapers Lane that do suffer from surface water flooding. There is going to be a shallow attenuation tank within the car park, and this will be discharged into the existing public surface water sewage, and that will need to be discussed with Wessex Water prior to any connection. So in terms of flood risk, we're satisfied that it's been fully assessed and is acceptable. I hope that clarifies the points.
The noise and impact of the plant.
Catherine Fowler is our environmental health officer, and she's present today. So I don't know if she wanted to come in and clarify the issues. Thank you.
That's fine. Hi, I'm Cat Fowler, environmental health officer at BCP. In relation to the noise, obviously we've assessed and looked at the application from a noise point of view. During initial conversations with Sophie, I asked for a noise impact assessment. Unfortunately, well, the difficulty with cases like this is they often don't know what plant they're going to put in until later stages. Obviously, they already have plant there, and it is important to note that we've had no complaints of any existing plant noise. So the existing plant will remain, and it's, as far as I'm aware, they're adding additional air source heat pumps and plant for cooling. This is proposed on the 3rd floor, I believe. I don't have, without looking at the plan, and it will be attenuated appropriately. So at the moment, the applicant has engaged in the services of acoustic consultant, and they have carried out a background survey. This is carried out to establish what the background noise levels are during the daytime and the nighttime, and this was carried out for approximately 5 days to get a representative level. And then from that, we've recommended the condition, which I think is condition 9, as Sophie's mentioned, which means that no noise plant shall be used until they can demonstrate to us that they've put it in the appropriate location, it's orientated in the correct way, it's attenuated with mitigation measures such as enclosing it, isolating it. There's various things that they can do to ensure that the noise level is as suggested in the plant criteria that they've already specified in their assessment, which is, without going into too much detail, but they've specified the plant criteria has to meet 31 dB in the nighttime and 41 dB during the day, which is satisfactory for us. So they still have work to do. It's not a case of we've assessed it and there's nothing more. They still have to submit a noise assessment to our satisfaction that noise won't have an adverse impact on those residents. And that is something that we believe that they can do via attenuation measures. The other thing that's important to note is obviously once planning approval is granted, if it is granted, obviously we have alternative legislation that we can fall back on for noise if complaints are received in the future, and that's under the Environmental Protection Act statutory nuisance. So there are other ways and means if it was to become problematic in the future, but obviously we can only make an informed decision on the information that we have available at the time. And at this stage, I'm satisfied with what they've provided. I hope that helps.
You happy, Councillor Rice?
Yeah.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Gillett.
Just a brief question on the trees. I know you're not sure of the exact species of tree which is up there, but can I just confirm they're all deciduous trees, so there'll be no screening at all during the winter? Is that correct?
Bear with me. Let me just the tree report.
We have a local councillor on the committee and he is nodding that is correct, but I wait for the office to confirm. Yeah. Sorry, the slide hiatus while we're waiting for the information to come through.
Bear with me. So the area includes birch, Norway maple and field maple within that area.
So
if that helps.
Deciduous varieties.
Yes.
So,
no screening in the winter.
Right. Now, are you happy? Yeah. So we're back. Councillor Rice has put her hand up again. And we've got others as well. So
more clarification. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just with regards to the there's on the drawings there is a bike and trolley storage. There isn't any individual bike storage as far as I can see. I'm particularly thinking about staff getting to and from work and the bike provision. I don't know if there's anything that requires within our planning policy that requires bike storage for staff as well as bike storage for customers. So two aspects there. One, clarify what this bike and trolley storage is that adequate bike facility, and do we need to provide separate storage for staff and customers?
So, two questions on bikes, bike storage, bike parking.
Steve, did you?
Yeah, Councillor, you are correct. Yeah, currently it says a trolley cycle store, which in sort of from our comments we don't particularly like because we prefer to have individual cycle stores. They are proposing 9 secure cycle parking in the service area, and it is shown on the proposed plans. We did, when we were reviewing the drawings this week, we did notice that the actual mechanism isn't clearly defined there, so we have recommended an amendment to the proposed condition, and that was sent on the addendum yesterday, which specifically requests that they provide secure and covered cycle parking, which is efficient for minimum of 9 bikes, which is in their transport assessment, and for 4 spaces external for visitors, which again is in their transport assessment. So yes, we did pick that up and review it, and I was reviewing the plans this week, and we have requested an amendment to proposed conditions that they actually provide details of that storage. Hope that helps.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carberona.
Thank you. It's back to the EHO on the noise. You outlined that they have been given limits of 31 during the day and 41 decibels, 41 during the day and 31 at night. I just wondered, and you may have said this, and I apologise if you did, what are the current levels?
Yeah, so that's the plant creep to meet. So they've carried out a 5-day long measurement to establish what the background levels are, and their representative value was 46 in the day and 36 at night. So they, to satisfy us, our standing condition is that the rating level, so this is all part of a assessment that they have to do, which is called it's a British Standard Assessment, BS 4142, and it's the method for assessing noise from industrial and commercial units and noise, basically. So they have to do that. So the rating level in that is the specific sound. So it's a sound from the plant, any characteristics that they have to add on. So any tonal elements, which there will be for this kind of plant, any impulsivity that there will be, and any intermittency, which there also will be, because it could click on and off, especially during the summer and things. So that then forms the rating level. And what we ask of them, which is in the condition, is that that rating level has to be 5 decibels below the background. So that is where the 31 and the 41 come from, is because it's 5 dB below the representative background level. And that is what all plant working at all times will need to operate at. So that takes into consideration what it will be like in the summer months, when the plant might be operating more continuously than in the winter months. So it will be a worst case scenario that they'll have to assess, and that's all within the condition. I hope that helps.
I suppose what I was trying to ascertain is, will it actually be quieter than it currently is, or will it be louder than it currently is?
It will be quieter because they have to 5 dB below the background. So all plant operating would be 5 dB below. So it shouldn't be audible at the residential properties, providing they do what is suggested, as in what I've said earlier about the layout, the specification of the units, the orientation of them, and what attenuation measures they put in place. You've also got the distance attenuation as well, which will reduce the sound.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions on parking. I noted that the car park, it says in here, the car park is not owned by the hotel. Is there a risk associated with that, and what the owner might or may not choose to do with it in future?
Can the Transport Officer or Ms Maudsley enlighten us on that one?
Thank you, Chair.
The ownership of the car park.
Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it's within the red site of the development and the transport assessment, and it says providing the car parking for the hotel staff. So from our point of view, there is no risk. The site is providing car park that we feel is sufficient to cover the development.
Sorry, can I also?
Not really the question. Who owns the car park?
Sorry, Steve, should I
Go on, sorry.
come in? Yeah, so the application documentation does state that they don't own the car park, but it, as Steve says, it is within the red line of the application site. We've got condition 11, which says before the development is occupied or utilised, the car parking and cycle parking facilities shall be provided, and these need to be maintained, kept available at all times. So that car parking will need to be kept available for the hotel. And that will be secured by that condition.
Thank you.
There was another question?
Yeah, there's two more, I'm afraid.
Oh, right.
I think one of the residents has commented that there's 2 EV spaces within the car park. Do they count as parking spaces? So are we talking about actually 2 less?
No, the EV spaces do count as car parking spaces. Yeah.
But you can't actually park in them unless you're an EV charging, can you?
That would be down to the actual regulation within the car park. Within public car park pay and display, the council owned ones, we have a regulation that stipulates you can't park in them. But for new developments, this isn't a new, if it's a new development design in a brand new car park, the car parking provision would include the provision of EV charging spaces. So that would be incorporated in the total provision of the car park. So we do count EV spaces as a general parking space.
Okay, my final question on parking is the 2 car parks are said to be spaces readily available. I just wondered how that conclusion was reached, what sort of survey was done across different times of the day, different times of the year, to see whether those spaces actually are readily available or not.
It was carried out by the appellant in their transport assessment. I think they did surveys in, I think it was late March on a sunny weekends, and for one of the car parks they had 50% occupation and the other one they had 30% occupation. I've also spoke to colleagues in parking, and for the Willowway car park, we ascertained that actually there are 15 spaces in that car park reserved and marked out for the Captain's Club Hotel, and they have permits for that car park. That's arranged on a lease, sort of a lease and license point of view, and that is being renewed through car parks. And when I spoke to them, there was no issue on capacity, which is why that agreement is continuing. So they have the actual hotel have access to 15 spaces within the Willowway car park. We haven't considered that as part of our assessment. We've done the assessment based on the on-site car parking, but they do have, and when we spoke to parking, they said that agreement is historic and will continue, and there were no issues with capacity. Hope that helps.
That's a positive. I just want to clarify one thing you said. Did you say the survey was done in late March?
Yes, in the transport assessment, it said late March. Yeah, 2022. They carried that out.
In a tourist area to look at it only in March.
We generally have local knowledge of the car parks as well, so we're aware that there are usage through the years. I mean, obviously, with our car parks in peak times in the summers, there will be more demand, there will be more capacity issues in our car parks. But in regard to development itself, it is only 2 spaces short, so we have to consider that the shortfall is only 2 spaces, and for the majority of the year, there is capacity.
Okay, Councillor Salmon.
So I would just like to say, and again, this does point to the shortfalls in the transport assessment. In the transport assessment itself, in 3.6.2, it does point out that it's very mealy-mouthed the way it's worded, but actually, peak summer weekends, there is not capacity. That's what it says in the transport assessment.
I think we need questions, Councillor Salmon. Comments come
I just
later.
couldn't let that slide. I am concerned that this is a key part of the application. Sorry, I'm no good at framing it as a question. I wouldn't do any good on that game show where you've got to do that. But I think it is something that needs highlighting, that there is a big part of the evidence base that isn't done, and I don't know why we can't go back to it. Okay.
I'm not shutting you up for good. I'm shutting you up for now.
I'm sure you'll be tempted later on.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions on the heritage. So sections 54, 55 and 56 say there is going to be an impact to the Grade 1 listed Priory Church and also the Wick Lane Village Conservation Area. Just to understand, how do you, because you obviously say the words no denying that the extension to the whole hotel will have an impact, but how do you weigh up that impact against the decision? Obviously, we've seen a part from the conservation area and they've reworked their scheme, but there's still going to be an effect on the outlook. So how you weigh that balance? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Just going back to my slides. So obviously these are the 2 conservation areas. and this is the view. My assessment was based on kind of the existing impact of the hotel on the riverside. It's clearly highly prominent on this side of the river, and there's no denying it forms quite a prominent part of the townscape. But it was considered that the design and the reduction in the kind of the scale and bulk of the 4th story addition would not make this building too much more prominent on the riverside location, and the views from the conservation area would not be harmed. That's in terms of the Wick Village conservation area. From the Central Christchurch conservation area, again slightly further away, so the views are, bear with me, yeah, slightly further away. So this is the edge of the conservation area looking across the car park. And you can see the building up just above the trees. It will clearly be more visible from this viewpoint, but that's not considered to harm the setting of the adjacent conservation area. So they're not within it, and overall the building will be read as part of the built fabric of this area. So it was my assessment that they didn't harm the setting of the conservation areas.
Okay,
Did you want me?
No, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Apologies, Chair. I just wanted to understand a little more about the impact on climate change of the 25% uplift against the 45% uplift that's mentioned at the top of that section, and what that would actually mean for the proposal if it was increased to 45%.
Okay, bear with me. Let me just find that set committee report. I'm afraid I don't have my colleagues from the kind of the flood risk team here, who kind of the technical experts on this. Basically, the conclusion was because of.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you for a second? So I'm just clarifying the question. So
yeah,
we've got a scheme before us which has got to a 25% betterment. You want to know what the implications could be hypothetically were it 45%, is that right?
Yes, the way the report reads is that it almost reads to me as though it's saying that they feel it should be nearer the upper limit of 45%, but they accept it's 25%. And then they raise the question of what will happen in 75 years' time. I think in the question of climate change, I don't think we've got 75 years. So whether the 25% is enough, and therefore what the impact of increasing it might be. And I'm not saying I want to do that. What I'm saying is I don't understand what going up to 35 or 45 would necessarily mean for the environment.
Okay, I think in terms of this section of the item this morning, in terms of seeking clarifications on the submission that's before us, we can only really comment on the 25% because that's what's in the submission before us. So there might be hypothetical scenarios that go beyond that, but that's not for your determination today. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, one more.
So just on that point then, Alex, so given that
excuse me, can I just say it's Councillor Dove? for the sake of those listening.
Right, okay. So in terms of, because they've obviously got the brick walling and the flood defences and everything else, how high would the flooding have to be? And measurement point is at the rowing club just next door for that property to actually flood? Because what I'm thinking is 1.96 was when Wick flooded on Valentine's Day in 2014. That was at 1.96. For this to flood, how high would it have to be? Because I imagine Wick's going to be underwater by that point, and so therefore would we be there looking at putting mitigation in before it even gets to the point of the hotel flooding? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense to me. Sophie, have you got any detail in the submitted report? Well, I think you're saying other lower lying areas would flood before this premises would flood, and therefore can we have that confirmation as to what the levels would be before the flooding would affect this property?
Pretty much, and then obviously the strategy is looking at all the mitigation we need to put into place. So it's the likely realisation of this property actually flooding, and is it a bit of a red herring in this conversation, or is it a real risk?
Okay, so yeah, within the report, paragraph 72 kind of looks at the limit. So it states the minimum crest level of the surrounding flood defences is 2.5, which is modelled above the 1 in 1,000 year tidal flood level for the site. Now, basically, that means that is a 1 in 1,000 chance of flood happening in any given year. A 1 in 1,000 flood event is quite high. It's quite a big flood event, but it doesn't happen that frequently. So with me. So yeah, the minimum crest level is 2.5 AOD, and the modelled 1 in 1,000 year tidal flood level for the site is 2.17 AOD, and therefore the site is protected up to and including this 1 in 1,000 year flood event. So yeah, we're the Captain's Club Hotel itself. It will not is protected basically. And I say the finished floor levels of the extension are going to be set in building, which is what they are required to do under the EA.
Okay, councillors, I'm seem satisfied.
Sorry.
I'll hand over to the ward councillor.
Thank you very much with Councillor Cox on this one. I'll start off, fellow members, by saying, yes, I'm very conflicted on this one. Acknowledge what the applicant has said about what the hotel adds to Christchurch. I think I took the liberty of going on to TripAdvisor to look at reviews of the hotel. I've only been there, I think, twice in my entire 25 years of living in this part of Christchurch. But both times it's been a reasonable experience, I'll put it like that. And so, but certainly reading reviews, it definitely is an asset for the town. And I think, although, I might question the comments made about the amount of revenue it brings into Christchurch as opposed to Tuckton or Southbourne, I think for the whole area, it does add benefit to the town in visitors, and Christchurch, like a lot of towns, is reliant for part of its income on tourism. So not to overlook that. However, yeah, I do know Creedy Drive. I know reasonably well. I've been down it many times. I've cycled around there, walked around there. And in fact, I was around that area during the Valentine floods that Councillor Dove was referring to. And perhaps it might even become a refuge for the poor residents of Wick should there be a mass flooding event at some point in the future. I don't know, didn't say that in the application, but maybe they'd like to offer that in 1,000 years' time when the floods occur. My concerns, I think, were actually set out quite clearly by Councillor Cox, and that's the overlooking and the massing of the extension, along with as laid out in HE2 and HE3, the objections of the Town Council. I was a member of the Christchurch Town Council Planning Committee at the time. I'm not predetermined because I was not actually there. I didn't engage in discussions at the time, so I have no predetermination on this, and hence I'm speaking on this case. The key thing I think here is this a number of councillors. Members also picked up on this distance and an offset of 30 metres and 20 metres, 24. And yes, I did actually check it myself. And I think that I measured it at 25 metres as the closest point. Now, the 30 metres is possibly more relevant as those windows that directly oppose the houses, which will be directly looked into. The house, which is 25 metres, is at a slightly oblique angle. And an argument could be made that the overlooking is lessened by the angle at which the overlooking from the rear bedrooms would be. It's not inconsequential that the point that was picked up in item 30 of the report, though, is about an increase in overshadowing. This hotel sits to the south of the properties in Creedy Drive, and I think I was in the summer months. I think overshadowing is going to be negligible with the setback of the building. there isn't any light studies that I could see as part of the application or angle, but in the winter month there would be an opportunity for part of the Creedy Drive, in my opinion. This is just my opinion, conjecture. I haven't measured it myself, but a chance of overshadowing and overbearing. The next point I'm going to make is about lighting, and I notice it's conditioned, but there's a point made in item part 83 of the report talking about external lighting limited to that required safety purposes must follow the Bat Conservation Trust and Institute of Lighting Professionals guidance on bats and artificial lighting. I'm concerned that the lighting condition, the River Stour, like most of the rivers in our area, and we're very blessed with 2 rivers in Christchurch, are very important bat corridors from the triple SI of the harbour and further up into Bournemouth. And I'm really concerned. One thing that puts bats off, and I've worked a lot in the bat mitigation sector in my professional life, and one thing they don't like is strong lighting. And I'm really concerned that any additional lighting or external lighting on this 4th floor could impact bat migration of certain species that use Christchurch Harbour, a very important source for them. So I would ask that if members are minded to recommend that this is granted, that we look to strengthen up the external lighting provision condition, and make it an enduring condition as well on the property, that the external lighting is actually considered for bats and that. Visual impact, architecturally, I actually think it's a reasonable architecturally. I work in the construction sector and have built lots of stuff before. I actually remember the Pontin site as well, and that was not a pretty building. And I think Captain's Club is not detrimental to the visual impact. Certainly from the Priory and the conservation area around the Priory is actually screened quite heavily by the trees that border the Quamps. Again, those are mostly deciduous trees, but during the summer months. So I think the impact, I think I would agree with. The main issues I'm concerned with is the overlooking and overshadowing and bats. Thank you, Madam Chair. That finishes what I want to say on that motion.
Thank you. Oh, it seemed for a moment as though that was going to be the only speaker. Councillor Dove.
Thank you. And my thoughts so far do not, well, they're not dissimilar to that of Councillor Tarling's. I've lived opposite the Captain's Club and the previous site since the turn of the century, and I know this really, really well. And there is no denying that site is dominant from all areas and all aspects, and you can stand on Hinglesbury Head and it stands out like you wouldn't believe. But the truth of it is the damage is already done, and I'm not entirely sure therefore that 4th floor is going to add won't be any more detrimental than the site that's already there. The traffic and the movement of vehicles in that area during the summer, certainly at the moment you can get parking at that other side, and it's been really warm, but there is congestion there, but it mainly tends to be from the rowing club and also those who are using the slipway rather than the hotel. And in terms of noise, I agree with Councillor Cook, they have been considerate neighbours. And actually most of the noise that when I was living opposite the club tended to be from the rowing club and their parties rather than that of the Captain's Club, although we did enjoy the fireworks when they had weddings, so thank you. We've talked about the flooding, we've talked about the tourism. In terms of what they offer the locality, let's be honest, we are competing, aren't we, on a tourist level with Hampshire and the New Forest and Carey's and the McDonald's hotels and the spa hotels out in Lymington. So I think it's a really good thing that we have an offering of high standard and high quality. The hotels that have been built recently in Christchurch have been travel lodges and Premier Inns, and as an area we are better than that as well. And let's not ignore the time when Hugh Grant came to visit the area and it was all a buzz, and it really did put Christchurch on the map. So we've talked about the trees, talked about flooding, talked about visuals where the damage is already done. And then I think we just need to really, from my point of view, understand the impact upon the residents and overlooking on that first floor balcony area. And that's where I am at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
Yep, so Joe Salmon, more down. I'm desperate to say my piece, Sven. So, because
I've done my best to hold you back, but now is the time.
Because I want to support developments like this, you know, but I don't think any of us in the room can ignore the fact we're in the midst of an environmental crisis, you know, and that is being driven in part by transport. In fact, in this country, transport's the biggest source of emissions. And our moral obligation to life on Earth trumps all of the legal policy mumbo jumbo that we've discussed today. And I hope I'm not the only one in this room who feels like that. That's paramount. That's very important. Now, within that context, there can be sustainable development, and it's really important that there is sustainable development. And actually, you can make an argument, developments like this stop people flying abroad and they holiday here. Because I love Dorset, lived in Dorset all my life, best place in the world, best beaches, all of that. Lots of people want to come here, and we need capacity like this. But I've got two major issues with the application, and that comes down to transport and parking. And I'm not saying that any of the officers involved have done anything wrong. I'm sure they've done everything to the job description that they've been asked to do. But that transport assessment is not fit for purpose. The assessment of public transport was published in November, and yet based on bus figures from July, a month before Yellow Bus goes out of business. It doesn't have any quantitative data looking at the car parking. So just turning up in March and going, this car park's not particularly busy, that shouldn't cut the mustard. Now, maybe this is a wider issue for planning, and maybe we really need to up our game in the way this process is carried out. And I'm new to this. I'm one of a slew of new greens to a council, and that's probably something we can't do here in this meeting, but that is hanging over our heads at the moment, that this will add to the congestion on our roads. It will reduce the amount of parking available, which will add to congestion. Now, that's a major problem that needs a solution to it. If you're in debt and you're spending too much money, you don't go, well, I tell you what, this is only adding a little bit much more money to my already over budget outgoings. If you're trying to get out of debt, you've got to reduce your amount of spending. If we're trying to solve our problems with congestion, we've got to lower the amount of vehicles on the road. And even by its own very flimsy logic, the transport assessment says that this is going to increase congestion. This is going to reduce parking spaces. When it comes to the parking bit, I also don't get that this application goes, well, it's less parking spaces than we need by the council's own logic, but it's all right, it's just on the border. You either are, you aren't. You know, I can't do my tax return like that. I can't go, oh, well, you know, I'm only just over the threshold, so I've decided to pay the lower rate this month. That just doesn't seem how it works. I can't get my head round how we can approve something like this without a proper transport assessment. And then once that transport assessment is carried out, one that shows that this is a sustainable development. That's my 2 pence.
So I know the interim head of planning wants to respond to this, so I'll call on him now.
Thank you, Chair. That's very kind. So the reason I want to come in is I just want to put some context around some of the comments you've made to help you in terms of how you might view these issues in your wider decision making. So you've raised the issue of sustainability and about climate change, and that goes to the core of what we're trying to achieve. And one of the ways we look to do that is to try and focus development in the most sustainable locations. So if you talk about, I'm trying not to talk specifically with this application too much, so I'm trying to give you a bit of wider contextualization. But if you talk about what you've said there about the need for tourism accommodation in this part of the world, the benefits that tourism accommodation can bring, you've heard one of the speakers was talking about the financial benefits that comes from tourism accommodation coming forward within the conurbation. We would probably want to see tourism development take place within existing towns, existing transport served by networks that allow people to walk and cycle there, rather than having lots of new developments on greenfield sites which do not have those connections, do not have that infrastructure to service them to allow them to come forward. So one of the benefits of allowing for the extension of existing facilities and building upon what we've already got within our existing locations is that infrastructure is better than were we to have development on greenfield sites. The other thing I would say is that we need to be careful about being rigid in the way you describe putting in your tax return, because planning doesn't quite work in the same way, because people, what we're trying to do is take a view on behaviours and people's approach to the way in which they move around the space. So we are slightly outside the area which is identified as the Zone A, the most sustainable location, but we are close to it. So we need to be more fuzzy in our approach to that, because we're not talking about having a wall around Zone A which you can't cross at any time. These are just descriptions of what are the most sustainable locations and those which are slightly less sustainable. And we're right on the edge of the most sustainable location. And the other thing I would just urge you to think about is, what is it you're going to do with the information that comes into us as a council? So we have a myriad of technical reports that come in. So we've heard about the technical report on flooding, there's the highways impact assessment, there's technical reports that have come in under a British standard for environmental health assessment on noise that you've heard about this morning. All of that information that comes in, your expert officers will look at that and they will assess that, both in terms of the formal framework of policies and guidance that they need to use to assess that, but also, as you heard from the highways officer, in terms of their local knowledge and experience of how the different car parks work at different times of the year and what the different levels of impact are on the network at different times of year. So your expert officers across the council are there to provide that knowledge and experience to critique and understand the technical evidence that comes in before them. On this specific application, the transport assessment that has come in has been considered by your highways officers and is their professional judgment that it is acceptable, and they are not raising any issues of concern for this application which lead them to believe this application could be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else? Yes, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting looking at the planning history. So it was granted, so I don't know where the extra room has come since 2005, but as many residents have said, and the locals living in Creedy Way would know, is that at the moment it's just portholes at the back. It's very unobtrusive and sympathetic to the locals. Now that's completely changing with this application. Similarly, we touched on the conservation areas and listed grade 1 listed priory church aspects, and again it's recognized there is a threat to those, but it's just it's on balance it seems that that's not appropriate to discard that in many ways. So but for me these are still two important things. So the outlook to the residents and the impact to residents is changing completely. If that was a residential with distances of 23 meters, that would definitely be a grounds for refusal, I think. Even with extra planting, as we said, in the winter, that leaf coverage is going to go. So I would move for refusal, similar lines to what the town council has suggested on policies HE2 and HE3. So it's on the scale, bulk and mass, detrimental effect on the neighbour, amenity, and I think hopefully the bulk and mass is included with the impact on the heritage assets. Thank you.
So we have a move. Is anyone happy to second that move? Case. Oh, Councillor Salmon.
So before, can we have more discussion before we go on to refusal?
We shan't be voting straight away. We'll go on with discussion, but there's a move on. There will be a move on the table if it's seconded.
Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with all the process stuff.
So I cannot see anyone wishing to second. And the logical outcome of that is that people maybe want to make a counter move.
Excuse me, Chair. Can I just clarify the position of like Councillor Salmon, I'm new to the organisation and trying to understand the correct way to do this. Can we just clarify exactly what we would be seconding? Is it just the refusal or the grounds on which it is being refused?
Both. But again, that can be amended during discussions.
Chairman, yes, just to try and help clarify indeed, this doesn't commit members to the decision at this stage. What it's doing is indicating that two people are basically willing to support a move to refuse on basically on the grounds that have been indicated, but you can then carry on debating it, and then members could ask if the mover or seconder would be prepared to amend their reason for refusal or pick up other reasons within it. So it's really the start of a process. So it doesn't commit you at this stage to a final decision, but the mover and seconder are indicating they are in favour essentially of that particular motion to refuse, albeit the detail could be
Okay, thank you. In which case I would second that.
The motion to refuse has been moved by Councillor Hilliard, seconded by Councillor Sidaway.
Chair, if I may come in, we just need to clarify on that basis then what the reasons for refusal would be. So we've got two listed there. So the first one we talked about was scale, bulk, and mass. We need to understand is what the harm is. What harm is arising from the scale, bulk, and mass of this development? So you've made reference to the impact on heritage assets. So if we refer back to the presentation we've seen the viewpoint from the car park from the, I'm getting these wrong way around now, aren't we? From the, it's not the Wick Lane Conservation, it's the town centre one, isn't it? If you can just bring up that slide, please, Sophie. Town centre. So the view that you've seen from the town centre car park showed the building is partially visible above the tree line. There's an arrow indicating. So we can recognise that the building is going to be increased in height by a level in that position where the arrow is. So can you just confirm for me what your concerns are in terms of the harm that scale, bulk, and mass will have from that viewpoint in terms of that heritage asset?
Well, exactly that. It's not saying it's going to be a massive change, but it is changing that outlook. And again, those trees aren't going to be there all year round, and it is going to be prominent as it is already prominent.
So it's the increased prominence.
That's it.
Increased prominence.
Right, let's work through the reasons before we come on to speaking.
Okay, so if we then come to the other conservation area, so we have two slides which I think are relevant for you as decision makers to keep in mind. So the first one is the photograph that Sophie showed from the, so this is the photograph from the conservation area which shows the existing building. Sophie, if you can also bring up the visualization of what the proposed building would look like from that same viewpoint. So this is where we're looking at the difference. So this seeks to demonstrate to you as a visual aid what the difference would be between what is there now and what would be there in the future were the scheme to go ahead as proposed. So what we're looking at is that top level. I need to understand what the harm would be to the conservation area in your view of that top level being added.
Yeah, again, it's just a change of outlook. Whilst it might not be, obviously the main effect is already there, but it is an additional massing, which is not appropriate. Yeah.
So I'm not allowed to put words in your mouth, but what you're doing is you're describing the change, but you're not necessarily saying the reason that change is harmful. So the fact there's more massing there, you know, that's indisputable. It'll be a higher building, but it's already a prominent building. So adding to its prominence, does that cause a problem in some regard? One of the issues that was talked about in the presentation was the impact on the Grade 1 listed church spire in the rear, but we've shown photographs to show that actually that's already partly screened by the existing building and the views at the rear. So it'd be difficult for the council to substantiate a reason for refusal saying that the additional bulk on top of the building would impact on that spire. So it's more about the views that you're going to have from that side of the water looking back.
Yeah, so again, going to the report on heritage under 54 to 59, 58, there's comments saying that the views will be more oblique if the proposal went ahead, and it would be above other buildings, visually above other buildings.
Okay, and then the last factor. So with any reason for refusal which makes reference to impact on heritage assets, we also have to look at the public interest. So under the MPPF, where there's lesser substantial harm to a designated heritage asset, we then need to weigh against that with any public benefits which outweigh that level of impact. So are you satisfied that the public impacts that you've heard of relating to this proposal are not sufficient to outweigh the concerns you've raised in terms of the bulk massing and scale of the additional floor and the impact that would have on the prominence of the building within the views available from the conservation areas?
Well, that's right. Obviously, recognising the tourism impact, it completely ignores the impact of the residents' amenities, of not just the neighbours, but the wider neighbours. So it is looking at the public impact. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm really sorry, we're not very fast today. So the second reason for refusal was about the impact on neighbour amenity. So neighbour amenity can be many different things. So specifically, what concerns are you looking for us to clarify within that reason for refusal in terms of what the impacts are on the neighbours?
Yes, yeah, so I think obviously we said noise can be mitigated, so I don't think the noise is appropriate, but certainly it is the overlooking aspect, the nearness, and even with planting, that is not going to mitigate it. Additional windows and light emission impacting neighbours.
Okay, so so in terms of the separation distance, that's a subjective value judgment. So you've been provided with information about what their separation distances are. We've talked about the nature of the use, the fact this is a hotel use rather than other residential flats and properties which might have a different dwell time. So it's perfectly appropriate for a decision maker to come to view that separation distance is not sufficient. You've talked about the change in the nature of the existing re-elevation and the introduction of windows which are not there now. You've also mentioned there about lighting. The only caution I'd raise with that is we do have a specific condition about lighting as part of the recommendation, so we feel that we could overcome the issue of lighting suitably with the condition, although that might need to be changed. So I'm not sure lighting necessarily stands up as, but in terms of the lack of separation distance, the introduction of windows and the relationship between those new windows and the neighbouring properties, that seems to be the core of the reason.
I think that would be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Chair, as members are new to this, perhaps I could now turn to the seconder as well.
Yes.
Just to clarify, he's now heard that debate.
That's why I clarified whether I was seconding that or my own reasons as well. I do support Councillor Hilliard and his views, but I think my main reason is still around, and I heard absolutely everything you said, Alex, around the transportation review and the policy. I don't think it's sufficient in my view. I don't believe people are staying in that hotel and arriving on bike. I don't think if they're arriving by train, they're then getting a taxi to that hotel, and that's increasing traffic. I don't think the 47 car parking spaces minus the 2 EV parking spaces is necessarily sufficient, especially when you say it's in Zone B. But if it was in Zone B and there was land on all four sides that gave access, that would make a difference. There is not land on all four sides. You can only get to it in one way. And I just don't feel, reading it, that enough of those factors have been taken properly into account in reaching that conclusion. As I say, I do completely understand what you said about what the officer has done, but in my personal opinion, I feel there is gaps in there that we need to fill.
Chairman, can I just clarify, and just for my benefit and Alex's benefit as well? So, as members know, the starting point for all of this should be the development plan and then material consideration. So, I think it's probably fair to say, and I'll let David clarify, but policy KS11 is probably the main policy on transport. So what that says, the council will use their powers, and so I'm going to summarise this because it's quite long. So that reduces the need to travel, provides improved access. Development will be permitted where mitigation against the negative transport impacts which may arise from that development or cumulatively with other proposals is provided. This should be achieved through the implementation of measures. So the policy direction is you'll permit development where mitigation against the negative transport impacts which may arise from that development or cumulatively with other proposals is provided. Now, is your position that that isn't the case, that they haven't provided adequate mitigation? Because obviously we need to be clear if you're saying this is contrary to policy.
I will bow to your greater experience on the legal side. That's certain. I don't see a great deal of mitigation in there for to take into account the points that I raised, or to be fair, Councillor Salmon has raised.
Okay, so there's 2 points. So one is procedural. So I think the first thing is for you to ask the proposer whether he wishes to add to its 2 reasons, this third reason for transport. What I'm also going to do is just to set out, just for clarity, what the implications of that reason for refusal are for the local authority. So if we have a reason for refusal on transport grounds, if that's agreed by the committee as a whole, were the applicant to seek to appeal the decision of the council, we would have to then seek to try and defend that reason for refusal. The difficulty we have is your expert advice within the council from your own highways officers do not support that reason for refusal. So we would then be in the position where we would need to seek external advice from somebody else to try and defend that reason. If we were unable to do so, then there is a possibility that the council could be seen to have acted unreasonably and therefore be open for a possible claim of cost against us. Those are hypotheticals. I'm not saying that's definitely going to be happen, but I just want you to be clear about what the process is in those situations where on a technical matter you go against the advice of your own in-house experts. That means that we would need to support ourselves externally were that decision to be challenged.
Yeah, I understand that. I think, however, if you challenge it from the other way, the transportation wording in this document has holes in it that we have challenged, and so is this the same challenge the other way around? If we grant this, then I suppose you probably can't appeal it in that way, can you? And that to me backs up why I think I do need to stand by it and say I think there are holes in there, and I think we do need to at least. I'm not saying it's wrong. We just need to address the holes.
So I need to ask the proposer, whether he accepts that additional reason, additional grounds.
Well, certainly it is about sustainable development, and so it's KS1. Is that what we agreed? KS11, yeah. Transport development. Yeah, I am happy to include that.
Right. Okay. Councillor Starling has been dying to speak all through, well, practically all through this.
Well,
so I'll call him to speak.
Madam Chair, I am the ward councillor for this area, so that's probably, if I wasn't speaking to this, I think my electors would certainly wonder what the heck I'm doing here. I think the point to make is that those are, we attended the planning, and this is to fellow members exclusively. We attended the planning training, and we're on this committee to apply the policies as laid out in the local plans or local plans, which KS11 is one, HE 3 and 4 are Christchurch local plans. We also have a future local plan in BCP that we can consider, supplementary planning documents as well regarding parking provision. And I'm confident that our planning officers have actually done their job properly in assessing this. And there is, in all these policy documents, they are guidance documents for our officers to use to determine whether it is right or wrong. To answer the parking and travel one, I can honestly say I don't think many people go to the Captain's Club via bus, and that's no reflection on these poor rich people that need to get to the Captain's Club at £260 a night. As Councillor Dove said, we've got travel lodges and stuff like that, and they are well served by bus routes. We can't ask the applicant to sort out the bus problems of BCP. That's not their remit. There is a public transport system which we as councillors are responsible for ensuring suits our residents and visitors. It's not for us to look into that. Regarding parking provision, there is actually plenty of parking, certainly at Mares Mead, the one we've seen pictures from, and Wick Lane car parks. Sorry, yeah, I think it's Wick Lane car park, the one that's up next to it. And apart from market day, when there's on Mondays when there's traders using one of the car parks for their vans, otherwise Willowway, sorry, thank you, Councillor Dove. Willowway car park, when there's vans there for market day, there's always adequate parking around there. I wouldn't support the key element here isn't the general application of HE3 regarding bulk and massing or impact on the conservation areas. I think that the photographs are slightly misleading. The one from the Christchurch Priory Conservation Area is taken from Mares Mead car park. Well, if you're in Mares Mead car park, you're already in a car park anyway. If you're on Town Quay or the Quamps, you're actually quite well screened by some very large mature trees which screen the splash park and the play areas from the Priory. So those people that are used to going to festivals and fairs on that part of Christchurch will notice that it's not very obvious that you can see the Captain's Club. So the key aspect here is the bulking and massing effect on the residents of Creedy Drive, and it's weighing it in the balance, fellow members. And also, as Councillor Duff pointed out, the impact on the Wick Lane conservation area, the fact that it's viewed from the other side of the river. In fact, the impact is a lot more from Bournemouth than it is from Christchurch visually. And as Councillor Duff said, the damage has already been done. I think architecturally there's nothing, it's no worse, it's slightly higher. And I wouldn't support this motion to reject generally on those grounds. Thank you.
I thought Councillor Dove had her hand up earlier on, or did I imagine that?
No, you didn't imagine that. I was just going to say it's a 15-minute bus service on Stour Road, which goes past the entrances to the hotel and the other areas, if anyone's curious in terms of that travel plan. And actually, I think I've never really sat on a committee with Councillor Tarling, but it's a bit uncanny to have what he's saying. And I think ultimately, I've just agreed with everything that he has said, and we're here really not to debate whether we like the application or not, and whether we like the building or not, because it's already been built, and that discussion was had at the turn of the century. It's about whether or not we're objective arbiters of meeting our adopted planning policy, and whether or not we follow that guidance that we've received in our training, and that's where I'll be coming from today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cummins.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that I do agree with Councillors Dove and Tarling on this matter, that as long as we are following our policy, whether we like the design and the look of the building or not is personally is another matter. And I also agree with Councillor Dove that actually the damage has been done, and I can't see that, if you consider it damage at all, I can't see that that extra floor makes an awful lot of detrimental difference at all to the look of the building or the effect on the local area. Regarding traffic and parking, I was very concerned when I heard, when I looked at the number of car parking spaces available. Then when I saw that there were an additional 15 in the local car park offering with permits, that sort of lightened my view a little, because, you know, whether we like it or we don't, people are going to travel to a destination in a car, and we need to provide adequate parking. It's also fair to say that some people will travel by public transport, and often that will be by train and then taxi to their final destination. So I think in terms of the car parking spaces available, I don't see that there's an issue with that.
Councillor Carl-Brown.
Thank you. I just wanted to say where I am on this. I don't have particular concerns around bulking and massing in terms of conservation area and things like that. I'll come back to the bulk and mass in a moment. In terms of transport, I have had some concerns assuaged, also as Councillor Clements said, along the lines of the other car park and having those spaces reserved. You could also argue that having fewer spaces in a car park is exactly what we do in many other developments to discourage car use. And that is something that I think hasn't been mentioned thus far. And in theory, we should be reducing the amount of car parking spaces that we offer places if we do want to encourage alternatives. In terms of the bulk and mass, my real concern is actually around the residents and the number of windows at the back, the light pollution that will come from that, the external lighting, which I take to mean lighting literally outside, has been mitigated. I'm not clear around the general light pollution from all the additional windows. And what the effect that will be, and how that has been taken into consideration. I think the overlook is something that we have to very seriously consider. I think it is an enormous change in the number of windows that we have in the back of this development. Clearly, the original development was built in a certain way for a very good reason. This is essentially being completely reneged on. And that is where my main concern lies, is the number of windows put in the back, overlooking. Yes, you could say the distances are there, but the simple fact is that the houses that are built opposite were built in a certain way for a certain amenity with their balconies and their first floor living, that sort of thing. That is where my main concern lies, less with the conservation area, less with the transport.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon.
So I just want to return to KS11. So that's the KS11. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. That is in the Christchurch and East Dorset plan. Yeah. Okay. So that, because like I said, I want to support this kind of application. You know, I think that we can have a debate about how much money it brings in and all of that. But at the end of the day, we need to, it's good to build these kind of things. It's good to have better provision of e-services here in Dorset and all of that. So in KS11, it talks about things like the provision of travel plans to promote sustainable travel patterns, such as park and change, car sharing and all of that. When the application came in, what I thought was missing was information about how that was being done by the applicant. So there was a lovely glossy pack we got sent before the meeting that I think we all looked through, and it said, staff are encouraged to walk and cycle to work or use public transport to work. And I approached Sophie and said, can we get some more clarification on this and how actually successful it is, what's being done? And what I wanted to hear back was things like, all staff get a bus pass, you know, all staff get X, Y, and Z. We have got a car sharing program. But on our website, if you go there, look at this, it tells you all of the train routes to get here. Now, none of that has been done. Now, I cannot see, when we're going back to the dangers of a legal challenge, where if they go, we reject on KS11 alone, that our expert opinion here in the council who said, oh no, the transport assessment says it's all good. My worry is that that transport assessment has not been done thoroughly enough. And that's not any individual failing of the officers, in my view. That's a failing of our culture of how we assess these things. You know, the fact that the car parks were just looked at on a sunny afternoon in March, that's not good enough, in my opinion. Now, that is something that probably we cannot address here this afternoon, which is why what I would like to do is say, look, we will not be able to make a decision here and now today. We need to look at the way we're doing these transport assessments, because this looks like something that will happen every time we have a planning committee. They will go, we've done a transport assessment. Look, there are some bus stops down the road. Somebody had a look around the car park one afternoon and there were a few spaces. And that's not good enough. You know, we've got to do better. We are in a mess because of the way we've approached planning over the last 20 years. You know, the most congested city going. We've got to sort that out. I feel I'm getting too soapboxy here, but I do feel there are grounds for us to push back on KS11.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking to speak?
So if I can clarify where I think we've got to. So We started with 2 reasons for refusal. So the first one was about the bulk scale and massing and the impact on the designated heritage assets. You felt that the increased prominence of the building would be unacceptable in terms of the impact on those designated heritage assets, and you do not feel that the public benefits of the proposal outweighed that harm that had been identified. The second reason for refusal was around the residential impact on the properties to the rear of the building. So we've talked about the lack of separation between the proposal and those properties. What Councillor Carr-Brown has raised about lighting is that it's the lack of separation, it's the inclusion of additional window openings far in excess of what there were currently, and the light that might be emitted from those windows. So it's whether you're happy to tweak your second reason refusal to reflect that light coming from the windows.
For you, Chair. Yeah, happy to add that. Thank you.
Okay. Third reason refusal is transport. So we've discussed the concerns I have about this in terms of the support you have. What you're now suggesting, Councillor Salmon, is effectively making sure that these are my words, not yours, but you want to set the bar at an appropriate level so that people recognise what they need to do as part of a transport statement to satisfy this committee as to the appropriate level has been reached. However, I go to the rule book. So I draw back to what is that appropriate level. So in planning terms, the appropriate level is the level set through policy and other guidance. And what I'm going to do is read the specific test from the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, which is the government's policy document which sets out the level that we need to get to. So it says development should, this is paragraph 111 of the NPPF, development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impact on the road network would be severe. So the issue we have in terms of the framework, what we have to go across, is that the comments you've made seem to indicate that you're not satisfied that the applicant has demonstrated to you that the proposals as put forward would adequately consume their own smoke in terms of transport implications, and that the specific issue you've raised is there's a lack of clarity about what sustainable transport measures will be included and controlled in the future to limit the impact of this development. So that's the problem statement, if you like. Now we need to understand, is that problem big enough to get to the policy test, which is severe impact on the highway network? Now, you'll see lots about this in terms of appeal decisions up and down the country. That policy test is very high. To have a severe impact on the highway network, it's a very high bar to reach. So you may have significant concerns about what the level of impact is, but in light of the fact that your independent expert advice is that they're happy with the situation, you are in a sustainable location, not the most sustainable location, you are in close proximity to it, but you are in a sustainable location. It is a development which builds upon an existing facility and therefore borrows against the infrastructure of the existing facility. And the conditions are proposed in relation to things such as cycle parking to make sure that we get the detail clarified in relation to the spaces for the people working in the hotel and those visiting it. With that context, my officer advice to you is I'm not sure you've met that level of severe. That doesn't stop you putting it forward to reason for refusal, but the reason for refusal would be, as I've said, that you have failed to be satisfied that the applicant has set out the required information and that the impact, therefore, would be on the highway network would be severe. Right. My advice to you is to introduce a fourth reason for refusal. You will see in the report that the report recommended powers be delegated to officers to approve subject to a Section 106 agreement to secure payments towards the, now I'm talking, Sam's gone right on my head, this is a suitable alternative.
SAMS.
Sam.
Strategic Access Managing and Managing and Monitoring.
That's it. There's too many acronyms in planning. Not be secured to cover our position were there to be an appeal. As officers, we would suggest that you put a reason for refusal for relating to the failure to make adequate mitigation for that impact. So that gives you 4 reasons for refusal. Before, if I may make a suggestion, Chair, before we go on to vote on the motion that's been put forward, In the debate, there are some councillors who've said they might agree with some of those elements, but not with others. If we go straight to the vote and you vote on those 4 reasons for refusal as set out, you're voting on all 4. You're not picking and choosing, you're voting on all 4. And if that vote fails, then we have to go to a different vote. One of the mechanisms to prevent that situation is that there may be members who wish to put forward a motion to vary the motion to change or remove some of those 4 reasons for refusal before we go to the substantive vote. Does that make sense?
It does, and it's getting extremely complicated, so I hope we're all quite clear about this now. I have at least one member wishing to speak, and I haven't spoken myself yet, so I shall in due course. So,
Sorry, before we do, can I just confirm on that recommendation of the officer to add reason 4 to the collection, that the mover and seconder is happy to take that suggestion by the officer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think obviously as long as all, so we've got 4 policies to refuse now, and whilst I think they are all appropriate, and I wouldn't include them if they weren't. So yes, I'm happy with all 4 now. Thank you.
And the seconder?
Yes, I agree.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with my long-term friend, Councillor Hilliard. I think I'm on the side of the officers here. I think that the test of proof on KS11 is not there. I think we'd be putting ourselves in a difficult position if we supported the motion as currently on the table. I, in my opening statement, made a statement regarding HE3. Regarding the bulk and massing and impact on the residents of Creedy Drive, that is fundamentally, I think, the only thing that is subjective here that we can discuss. I think the other ones that have been put on the table, HE4 probably to some extent, but KS11 for me really does sink the motion, and I think that's the problem we've got at the moment. We have the option to propose conditions or reinforce some of the conditions. Obviously, I'm not going to put a proposal on the table now, Madam Chair, as we've still got one on the table to debate, and I don't want to confuse any members any further by adding additional motions. So I won't propose it at the moment, but I think we need to probably take a step back, have a look at this motion, and perhaps look at some of the conditions. And if members are minded to either reject, I think we also need to consider the possibility of approving, but with some substantial conditioning on this. And there's actually quite a lot of conditions on here already, some of which I think need a bit of enhancement, SAM being one of them. I've mentioned about lighting and conditions with bats is one that I wish to see condition. I'm not proposing this as a motion, Madam Chair, don't worry. But I think the alternative is that we certainly consider the motion that's on the table at the moment. But for me, the addition of KS11, I don't think meets the test criteria as laid down in the MPPF. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Salmon.
So I think I've got it right in my head that while I have concerns, moral concerns about approving this on the climate change impact and transport and all of that, the legal and policy framework that if we were to reject under KS11, the legal and policy framework doesn't hold that up. We've not reached that level of proof. And so if the motion went through for us to reject on all 4, it would be weaker for having KS11 in there. Is that right?
Hand over to the officers.
So one of the pieces of advice I often give to committees is it's not the number of reasons for refusal that you put on an application, it's the strength of any individual reason for refusal. So if you refuse an application on one ground, but it's a really solid ground where the council's on very strong footing, then that's great. If you refuse an application on 7 grounds, but each of those 7 grounds are very arguable and you may not have the support of officers and other things, then that's not so good. So I would urge you to consider not focusing on getting as many reasons for refusal as possible, but actually just looking at each individual reason and seeing whether that you feel is sufficient, can be substantiated, and is the only position that you can get to as a decision maker in this forum.
And just to add to that, so to be clear, in the event of an appeal arising, if you refused it, then an inspector would look at each of those reasons and they'd focus on each one and ask them, do they think each one of those is a reasonable reason for refusal? And there is a risk, if they felt one of them was unreasonable, you'd acted unreasonably, that they can award what is called a partial award of costs against any one reason. So absolutely what Alex said, it's not the number of reasons that counts here, it's the validity of each reason you're putting forward.
Councillor Salmon.
So can I propose that we reject on grounds that have already been discussed? So the HE2 and the HE3, and then Sharon's objection relates to HE4. Is that right? Am I getting my policy bits correct there?
Yeah. Chair, if I could just clarify the policies. So in relation to the concerns expressed around conservation area and heritage assets, that would be policy HE1 in the local plan. The concerns about impacts on neighbours and character and appearance area, that would be HE2 in Christchurch local plan. HE3 relates to landscape quality. I didn't really feel we were getting into that areas, and HE4 is to do with open space. So my advice would be HE1 and HE2 are your relevant policies.
Right, sorry, so I'd amend that to HE1 and HE2 then. So just on HE1 and HE2, I move that we reject on those two. Is that sensible?
Chairman,
no, sorry, I've got my numbers wrong. Yeah, so to remove transport from it is what I'm trying to say. So I want to get rid of KS11 because that doesn't sound sensible.
That would have to be done with the permission of the proposer and seconder, who only very recently added them. So they may be wanting to, happy to remove them, but
yes, Chairman, so can we go through? There's two stages here. I think you can. Essentially, we can treat that as, first of all, an invitation to the mover and seconder. They're prepared to drop it and leave the motion it is as it stands without that issue relating to transport. If they're not prepared to, then it would be up to Councillor Salmon as to whether he'd wish to move an amendment to the refusal, which would take out KS11. So I think the first question is to the mover and seconder, are you happy to drop the transport?
Can I ask a couple of questions on that? I think if I understood correctly, you think that the objections on transportation don't meet the bar at the moment, and I understand that. Are you saying that whatever we do to the transportation review, that it wouldn't reach it? Because I think that some of the information in front of us is not as accurate as it could be for various reasons, and I bow to my local ward colleague here who knows this area far better than I, but every time I go I don't feel it reads like this. So
Chairman, so I'm going to complicate matters very slightly. So I think there's a slightly different point here, which is if currently members thinking of refusing on various grounds, if members have looked at the information, they're actually taking a view, do you know what, I haven't got enough information to reach a final view. There's two ways you could do that. You could say there's insufficient information and put that forward as a reason for refusal, which is what Alex touched on. Or, and I hate to say this, you could ultimately say I want to defer it and get that information clarified. Now, I say that with a great reluctance, but there we go. It is certainly an option to members, and I would be wrong not to recognise that as an option.
We haven't heard from the proposer of the motion yet.
Thank you, Chair. So there was the fourth one, and that was on the 106 agreement. So I think that is obviously still appropriate to have.
Well,
now, so initially,
specifically the transportation we're talking about.
So and initially I didn't think so, but I was happy to support Councillor Sidaway to add that. But if the discussions have said and he's happy to remove it, then I think it is appropriate to remove.
I'm torn in two ways, if I'm honest. I don't want to spend my time on this committee completely guided by what happens if someone appeals. So I think we have to have the strength to be able to say that an appeal is a worthwhile risk in a case. probably not in a position to be able to say that this is that example, but that's where I stand on the question of appeals. I'd probably seek more advice on the question of the transportation one, and how we either satisfy ourselves that it does reach the bar, it could reach the bar, or it would never reach the bar. And in fact, transportation is not ever going to be a good reason to reject something like this. And I'd be disappointed if that was the case, because we do have to start to look at transportation in a different way.
Yeah, so if I,
Back to the office. I'm going to come to Councillor Tarling, but I think we need the officers first.
So I completely agree with the tenor of your comment. You shouldn't be running scared of an appeal, but at the same time, we're your officers. It's our job to make sure that you make informed decisions. So we're just trying to give you the best possible advice we can. In relation to this issue about transport, I think what I would urge you to consider is the scale. So you will at times have developments before you as a committee which will be significantly larger than this. And therefore the implications of any concerns you might have about the robustness of the evidence or the way in which officers have reviewed it, the implications if we were wrong or if we weren't satisfied are significant. If you look at the scale of this development, what are the implications of the lack of clarity that you're saying you're concerned is not in the documents before you? You know, this is an extension to an existing facility. What the highways officer said to you was that the assessment of the transport statement that he undertook did not include the 15 spaces that are rented in the other car park, which the hotel currently also has access to, and we're in a sustainable location. So I think you need to be really careful to look at the actual context of the application and the setting within which the application is taking place to inform your decision making, to think about if concerns did come to fruition in the future, well, how significant and how serious are those concerns? And then in your weighing up exercise, you need to consider the scale of those concerns if they came to fruition against all the other factors you've heard of, such as the tourism benefits, the other economic benefits, and the other aspects of the application which may have been suitably mitigated in terms of the noise and the lighting and other elements that we've talked about. So keep in mind when you're doing your weighing up the scale of the problem.
He hasn't taken the words out of your mouth.
No, not quite. It very well presented the arguments, but I'm going to throw a bone to the fellow members here on the transport one. Councillor Salmon made a very good point about information regarding cycling and transport for staff. And one of the things that could be conditioned, and I would like the officers to correct me, is we could condition a transport plan, especially an employee transport plan, detailing exactly those concerns or requesting that those concerns that Councillor Salmon raised about how our staff getting there. Having been involved in a few applications where they tend to be larger schemes where there's been hundreds of employees, but there's no reason to say that the Captain's Club won't have many dozens of employees, of which things like heat maps for and I hate to give more work to the agent, but these agents got to earn their money, haven't they, for developers, but to do heat maps and travel plans, and it would be ideal if this was here to go into detail and discuss at this point. However, it is the scale of the application, as our officers have just said. It's not a large-scale operation, large scale application. We could put a condition that we seek an employee management transportation plan, in other words, as a potential additional condition. I would seek clarification on if that's something that we've done as a planning department in the past as a condition. Thank you.
My initial feeling is that this will come, if this motion is lost, then it will come in for a counter motion to approve. At that point, I think maybe a bit premature to put it now, but we can keep it in our mind that that is a possible option for the future.
I just wanted to thank everyone for their contribution to the debate on this motion. I think I've listened to everything really carefully, and I'm going to be inclined to refuse. And the reason is mainly the 106 agreement was the bit that I was contemplating the most. And there's two options. Number one, if we were going to defer, then it should have been sorted out before it came to committee. So for that reason, I don't think it should be deferred on that reason. And secondly, all too often, 106 agreements are generally negotiated once planning's usually accepted anyway, and that happens quite frequently. And on this basis, therefore, I don't see why this would be any different. So on that, I'm probably going to be inclined not to agree with the motion that's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. I sense the officer wishes to speak.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I promise I will not speak this much in the next committee. So just to clarify, the reason for that reason for refusal is only because we would need it as a fallback position where the application should be refused on other grounds. So if members were of a view that the scale impact development was okay and that there wasn't an unacceptable impact on the neighbours and the transport was okay, we wouldn't need a reason for refusal for that contribution because we could capture it by 106. The second element I'd raise, this is not a complicated 106 with lots of different elements. It's only one payment. So I'm very confident that we'd be able to do that swiftly. So I don't think my advice to you would be that wouldn't necessarily need to stand alone as a single reason for refusal.
Sorry, Chair, and then on that basis, I'm even more firm really in terms of my inkling to want to refuse or not agree with this proposal, because we shouldn't need a fallback position. If we are going to refuse any planning applications, they need to be strong material planning matters. We shouldn't need to be having a fallback position to protect the council. And on that basis, therefore, I think I am inclined to not accept this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time I said something. Oh no, I'm not. Well, I really wanted to sum up my feelings, which is difficult because so many people have said this is a very finely balanced decision. It's not clear cut either way. I'm very much in agreement with those who've said that the additional story doesn't make much difference to the impact, for instance, across from the Wick conservation area. And the parking is well within, with the additional 15 places, which we've only heard about during the debate, is well within the requirements of the SPD. The main issue is the additional rooms, occupied rooms, overlooking Creedy Drive. But the separation distance of the new parts of the building are round about 30 metres, mostly more than 30 metres. The ones that are only 20 odd are separation distance to what is there already. So that's irrelevant in my book. It's the new rooms, and it's round about 30 plus metres, which is a huge distance compared with a lot of domestic applications where you've got houses backing on, back to, well, not back to back, but because there's gardens in between, but the distances can be considerably less than that. And the other thing is, this is a hotel, and people on the whole will be only using the rooms. They won't be living in the rooms mostly. It's not like having a house with a living area overlooking another house with a living area on the opposite frontages. In the hotel, people mainly will be out in the daytime touring the area. In the evenings, they'll be in the restaurant or in the spa or out. I mean, most of them will come in the bedrooms to pick things up, to change, to go out for the evening, to drop off their swimming things, and to sleep. The other point is that hotels, and I don't think this is necessarily a condition, but hotels tend to have very good blackout curtains, so the light leakage will be minimal. So I don't feel that, on balance, the issue of overlooking really holds up. I can appreciate it's a change of circumstance for the residents of Creedy Drive, and none of us like changes which we perceive to be a worsening of the situation. But in this case, as I say, it's not like having a row of houses, similar houses, looking at them. Hotel rooms are different, and there is a very good separation distance. So my feeling at the moment is that I will not be backing this motion to refuse.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to say I completely agree with you regarding the overlooking and the light interference pollution. You're absolutely right. People staying in hotel, but first of all, hotels are usually at maximum capacity during the summer months when the evenings are light, so there is less need to put the lights on in the rooms anyway. Secondly, you're absolutely right. Most hotels of that caliber would have very good blackout curtains, blinds, whatever, at the windows, which will also reduce light pollution. And thirdly, people don't go on holiday to sit in their hotel room. They're out 90, they're only in the room usually to get showered and changed, get dressed and sleep. And that's it. Most of the time they're out and about. So particularly in the evening, that light pollution would be a very minimal concern, I think.
Okay, I'm hoping we're getting to the stage where we can put this motion to the vote and then move on depending what the outcome is.
So thank you, Chair. So I just need to clarify again. There's one more point of clarification. The reason, so just to explain to those watching online and those in the room, the reason that we're so pedantic about this is we need absolute clarity before we go to the vote as to what the reasons for refusal are. So we've talked about reason for refusal 1, which is the scale, bulk and mass, the impact of heritage assets. We talked about the relevant policy being HS1. There's also policy BS5, which relates to the setting and conservation areas. We talked about reason for refusal 2, which is about the impact of residential amenity, and the way that currently stands is about the lack of separation distance, the overlooking, the introduction of new windows, and the light emission from those new windows. However, what I'm very conscious of is people watching along may have heard Councillor Tarling talk about the overbearing nature of the development on the adjacent neighbours. So if I could just ask Sophie to bring up a plan of the section. I just want to make sure the committee have considered that before we close off that reason for refusal and go forward for the vote. So I don't know if you can zoom in. There's difficulty here in terms of the distance we are from the screen. So what you can see here is a section from the building, and if we zoom in, there's people with dotted lines going from their eye line upwards. So what this is seeking to demonstrate is that you have the existing built form of the Captain's Club, and then the combination of the limited height and the setback from the elevation means that topmost floor would not be visible in viewpoints from people standing within the car park at the back of the Captain's Club, so that person there. So the way the angles work, if that person looks up, that topmost floor would be hidden from their view. And then in terms of the level of impact on the view from somebody standing closer to the residential properties, you have that situation where actually the level of impact that topmost element would have on the views available to them would be significantly reduced. So it's for that reason that we as officers haven't raised any concerns about any overbearing nature of the proposal on the neighbouring residential properties. But I wanted to make sure you'd seen that and you'd covered off that issue, whether you need that added to reason for refusal 2 or not.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think we've looked at bulk, scat and mass in general, not specifically looking at these local residents. And can we just confirm the policies? You mentioned a BS, I think, but I think it's HE.
HE1 is the design one, and then BE5, I'm advised from Sophie, is the policy relating to the setting and conservation areas.
Right.
Okay, so then we, so the if I just comment on that, the core requirement today at the committee is you identify the issues. We can, as officers, make sure that we plug in the right policy elements after the committee. It's the core issues that we need to do as the committee. Reason for refusal 3 on transport, as it stands, that's still in your resolution because it's not been taken out.
I'm feeling a strong sense that you feel it should be taken out. So I will reiterate my point that I'm not going to be swayed by the possibility of a challenge. However, I think the comment on scale I probably should take more heed of, and so as long as Councillor Hilliard is in agreement, I would agree to remove that.
Okay, I am in agreement.
Reluctantly.
The transport issue is.
And then if the motion is passed and the application refused, then we would also suggest what now becomes reason for refusal 3, which is to ensure that we get the contribution to the SAM. So that is the substantive motion. Jay, you may now wish to invite any members, if there's anybody who wants to put a motion forward to remove any of those reasons for refusal. Remove or amend, thank you, I've got a voice in my head, any of those reasons before you go to the vote. Thank you, Chair.
We have the 3 reasons. Transportation has already gone. I don't see anyone looking as if they want to change anything. So I'm happy to move to the, Councillor.
I'm unclear on procedure here, but as it stands, I am only in agreement with voting against this whole thing on the basis of HE2. That I cannot, I don't want to support the rejection motion as it stands at the moment. I just want to make that clear because I think it has too much in it. That's the only thing.
Right. The legal officer will explain.
So I think, Chairman, if the councillor is unhappy with the 3 reasons and wishes to propose only going ahead, say, with 1 reason, then they would have to move an amendment now, so an amendment to the motion, to say, actually, you still want to refuse, but refuse on 1 reason only, and we can clarify what that reason is in a minute. And then if someone wants to second that, then that would be voted on first of all. And if it was successful, it would become the substantive motion, which members would then go forward with. So the question is, do you want to move an amendment so that in fact you're only going forward with 1 reason or whatever it happens to be? So you can't change the motion entirely, but you can narrow it down.
Well, I guess I have to put it in the room. I have to, see if it has any support. So yes, I would move that we remove HE1 and the S106. Have I just said that wrong?
No. Well, only I suspect Alex will want to comment on the second book of it. I think it'd be useful if Alex just clarifies what he understands now is going to be the reason you're coming forward with. And perhaps I'm sure he'll want to, and if he wasn't, I will comment on the 106 issue. But
our job is to provide clarity, and I'm not sure we're doing the best job today. So let me try. So that to oversimplify, it's probably very easy to. It's easiest to think of this as there is a motion to refuse it on 2 substantive grounds: the bulk scale and mass and the impact on heritage, and the impact on the residential community of those behind. If it's refused, we also want to add on a reason for refusal to safeguard our position. So I think what you're putting forward as reason is a motion to ask the committee to amend the substantive motion to remove the first reason for refusal that's been proposed, which relates to bulk scale and mass and the impact on heritage assets.
That is entirely correct. Thank you.
can I just clarify the point on the 106 issue, which I know has been debated, but I think it's important members understand why that's a suggestion by officers to put it in. So as it stands at this moment, the officer recommendation is for approval. However, it's subject to a recommendation, and the recommendation is that a 106 is entered into. That's perfectly normal, and it's perfectly reasonable to do so. But the reason that is being put in is because it is accepted that there is heritage harm being caused by this proposal, but it is being mitigated through the provision of this 106 agreement. If you didn't have that 106 agreement, officers would be sitting here saying they should refuse on habitat grounds as well, but they're not saying that because the proposal is to have the 106 agreement, and it's quite normal to get those afterwards. The reason why Alex has suggested adding it in is because now you're moving to a refusal, there is no 106 to cover that point. It remains a reason for refusal unless there's a 106. Now, often what will happen in that in that event is if it went to appeal, then the appellant would come forward with a 106 to address that issue, and it would fall away from consideration. So that's what would normally happen. But by putting it in, you're really highlighting the fact that there is this issue with habitats and that it needs to be resolved. Otherwise, it is a problem. Does that help?
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, can I add to that one, because it's a favourite one in Christchurch. Certainly, when I was on the Town Council Planning Committee, which is section 88 of the report. Those just check. Yeah, 88, which applies to the reference to the 106 and the SAM. Dorset Heathlands has been used in every planning. I've been on the other side of the table with planning applications previously with Bournemouth and also with Christchurch. And Dorset Heathlands is a very robust piece of planning guidance. It's pretty much assuaged most of the times that I've ever seen with a section 106, as in there's a contribution towards Dorset Heathlands. And I don't quite know how the money's spent, to be honest, whether it's all for Springwatch and for Chris Packham to spend on his lovely little TV programme on a lovely bit of heathland we've got in Dorset. But it's a mechanism by which we get contribution from developers towards heathland protection and also monitoring of the access. So, for example, in Christchurch, we converted a little golf course to a SANG to take pressure off some of the heathland areas in our local plan in Christchurch, namely St Catherine's Hill, which is probably one of the nearest bits. Needless to say, this isn't actually too close, and I don't know, I'll probably stray well out of my confines here, but I'm sure an assessment has been done on impact into the heathlands. There's obviously been some, hence we're suggesting a contribution through the 106. So, if we refuse, as our officers have just said, we're sort of then putting that away, and then the appellant just comes out, well, we'll offer you some money for the 106 against the Dorset Heathlands or the strategic access management and monitoring as part of the Heathlands infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Councillor Tarling. I was simply trying to bring the amendment down to one aspect, that was all, and I simply misspoke. I've now understood. Thank you.
So is that now an opposing to the motion, but for the two reasons for refusal now, the 106 issue and the neighbouring amenity issue? That's what you now, yeah. So that's now a motion before an amendment before members, which somebody needs to second if it's to be considered.
So have we got a seconder for Councillor Carl-Brown's changes to the amendment, to the motion?
No, it's an amendment to the motion.
Yes, I put too many amendments in my original statement. It's an amendment to the motion.
I think, Chairman, it would be helpful if Alex just clarifies what he thinks their members are now voting on, and we can go to the vote on the amendment.
Yes.
So the suggestion is that the motion is amended so that it is only for two reasons. The first reason being neighbouring amenity, that the overlooking created by the lack of separation distance between the proposed development and the neighbouring properties to the rear of it, the addition of the additional windows, I'll check the wording of that, and the light that would be admitted from them is unacceptable and therefore contrary to policy HS2 and also HE2, I apologise, and also then a second reason for refusal relating to the SAM payment.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on. If you want to have the motion amended in those terms, you are voting for. If you don't want it amended in those terms, you vote against. And if you aren't sure, you abstain. So I will take the vote now. It's by show of hands. So those who wish to see the amendment written into the motion, vote for now. and abstentions.
Should be 2, so.
I can't see any abstentions.
Chairman, so that now becomes the substantive motion. So members are now going, they are now going to re-vote on that as the substantive motion.
So if you wish to see the plans, the application refused, you are voting for. If you wish not to see it refused, you vote against, and again, there's the option to abstain. So those who wish to see the application refused, please vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And those who do not wish to see it refused, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's one abstention, was there? One abstention.
Oh, sorry. I'd ask for the abstain. That's carried. The motion is carried, so the application is refused. So that is the end of discussion on this item. As the debate has been going on, I thought comfort break. Now I think lunch break. Frankly, it's 20 to 1. Let's have half an hour for a lunch break, and then we can come back refreshed for the rest of the agenda. So welcome back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. I hope we can rattle through the next 3 items fairly quickly, but I don't want to close down any debate or questioning unduly. So we start with third place. So we will follow the same format, presentation from the officer, same officer, and then comments, public interventions from someone on behalf of the objectors, from the applicants or supporters and the ward councillors, and then opened up to question. So same format as we had earlier on. So can I,
Just 1 second.
I believe one councillor, one member of the committee is wishing not to take part as a member of the committee.
That's correct, Madam Chair. I need to recuse myself as previously stated. I am giving a statement on behalf of one of the objectors, and I will be speaking as ward councillor. What point do you wish me to move slightly down the table?
I think you need to go and sit at the far end now.
Of this table?
Well, I think probably the far public gallery. I would have thought public gallery.
Okay.
And then you can come and speak at the appropriate times.
I shall just walk away from it. Thank you.
So I think we're ready now. We can see your presentation, Ms. Maudsley. So over to you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, this is application at 32 Addington Place for a 2-storey side extension and a 1-storey rear extension. Here we have the location plan. You can see the site here outlined in blue. It lies within an established characterised by Georgian influenced terrace properties. You can see there is a strong and uniform settlement pattern within the area. The orange-yellow colour delineates the conservation area further afield. An aerial photograph of the site and the square. You can see the relationship with the adjoining properties and the green central area and parking between the dwellings. This is just a Google photograph showing the extent of the terrace taken from within the car parking area and the existing elevations of the application property. You can see an end of terrace 2-storey property with a bay window and a boundary wall enclosing the site. Moving on to the site plan, showing the footprint of the 2-storey side extension and 1-storey rear addition. You can see the side element is set back from the front elevation. It's considered the plot is large enough to accommodate the extensions, and there remains sufficient amenity space for the occupiers of the property. Here we have the proposed elevations. See, whilst the side extension is set back, the roof height remains the same as the existing dwelling. The 2-storey element does not project beyond the existing main rear building line, and overall it's considered that the design and scale of the proposal does not adversely affect the character of the host property. The extensions will provide for additional living accommodation at the ground floor level and 2 new bedrooms at the 1st floor level. And as you can see here, there's a high level utility room proposed on the side elevation. Just some photographs showing the side elevation of number 32 and the existing boundary wall and the existing 1-storey rear extension of the property. And this photograph is showing the side elevation of number 30, the adjacent property, and the open kind of green area to the side of the site. This just annotated plan shows the difference between corner of number 30 and the corner of the proposed extension. It will be visible from the front of number 30, but given the distance and the obscure angle from many windows, it's not considered to result in any harm to the occupiers of number 30. And just some front elevations of number 32, the application property, and the relationship with the adjacent dwelling at number 30. It is recognised that there is a uniform character to the properties within this area. Given the location of number 32 in the corner of this square and the open aspect to the side of the site, It's not considered the proposed extension would result in material harm to the character and symmetry of the terrace or the wider locality. It's considered that there would not be a detrimental impact on residential amenities, and with the condition in place ensuring the storage of materials does not take place adjacent to any protected trees, the scheme is recommended for approval as set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we move on to the public interventions. First of all, from the residents of Addington Place, who, and this is going to be read out by none other than Councillor Tarling. Please carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the residents and the management company that are objecting, the following statements on behalf of owners, residents and shareholders of Riverslea 2 Management Company. Addington Place consists of 24 identical 3 4-bedroom terrace mock Jordan houses, similar in all and every respect, built in 1972, essentially around a delightful square of communal lawns, shrubs, trees and neat pathways. Of the 100+ houses that include the wider estate, no other development of this nature has ever occurred in the last 50 years since its inception, thanks to a deed of covenants that was drawn up in 1971 to run the land. Every resident, including the applicant, has signed the deed. Many of us have moved here because of the restrictions on building, etc. Should this application be granted, it would set a precedent for others to build and spoil the symmetry and uniqueness of this peaceful, quiet estate. The applicant did not consult with neighbours prior to either of her planning applications. Under the trees and hedges section of the household application for planning permission, form submitted by the applicant's agent has falsely stated there are no trees and hedges falling within the distance of the site. In the tree survey commissioned by them on November 2020, it mentions 2 trees of 11 metres and 12 metres in height, one of which is only 6 metres away from the site. This shows a lack of due care and diligence on behalf of the applicant's agent. A revised plan with major alterations was submitted by the applicant 1 day before the closing date of the public consultation. Clearly, householders had insufficient opportunity to challenge this and felt that, at very least, a new application was needed. The plan suggested that the extension would be brought out to the boundary and the wall removed. The wall cannot be removed as it would be contrary to the covenants, which state that at all times existing walls on the sides of the properties must also be maintained. Also, foundation works would not be possible without causing significant damage to the communal pathway which runs alongside this wall. This pathway belongs to Riverslea 2 Management Company. The bulk and scale of this extension would have a detrimental impact upon the community and would be particularly overbearing for the immediate neighbours. The building would mean that there'd be a brick wall 6 metres high and 12 metres long, approximately 6.5 metres from the front door of number 30 and 9.5 metres from that of number 30. The extension is completely out of character with existing policies and is contrary to the Christchurch and East Dorset core strategy policies HE2, design of new development, and HE3, landscape quality. The extension is noticeably set back from the main building, whereas all other houses on the estate are level. That means frontages. There are 2 bay windows on the front elevation, one of which is to be set back. All other houses on the estate have only 1 bay window to the front. The side elevation appears to be 3 levels in height and has a window. All other end terraces are 1 height and have no windows. Bearing in mind the property is up for sale and the substantial increase in the number of rooms, if this extension were to go ahead, would have grave concerns on the future use of the property, e.g. business use, division into flats, Airbnb, etc. The proposal cannot be achieved without significant disruption, with skips, delivery and storage materials, communal pathways being dug up for foundation works. Works could only take place with a significant protracted trespass on communal lawns and paths at the front and side and at the side elevation by way of scaffolding, an obstruction of the rear driveway and garages at the back of the gates to those who live in Pelham Close. It would also have an impact on car parking, which is already at breaking point. This planning application has already been unanimously rejected by BCP councillors on Christchurch Town Council's Planning Committee on various grounds. We therefore cannot see how permission be granted. Consequently, this application is rigorously opposed by the residents, and more than 20 objections and a petition which has attracted 57 signatures has been submitted to BCP Council. As a committee, they'll also be pursuing their rights under the covenants. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you. So now we have a speaker from the applicants or supporters. In fact, it's the applicant's architect who made, I understand the request to speak from this individual actually came in a matter of under an hour beyond the deadline for submitting a request to speak. As chair, I'm inclined to accept on this occasion. I would not normally encourage people. In fact, I would normally be very anti people breaking the deadline and applying too late. But I believe there were special circumstances in this case, and I'm certainly minded to allow the architect to speak. So I hope I have your support on that.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you for the chance to speak to you all. If I can just go straight into it. The original planning application was submitted, or the pre-application, sorry, was submitted in January of this year. We received comments from the planning officer at the time requesting small revisions to the front elevation and the location plans, which were duly completed and reissued. We were then informed that the planning officer believed we had met all relevant policies and that she would be recommending the application for approval at the next planning committee. The planning officer then changed due to the change of staff, and we were then informed that the new and current planning officer did not feel that the original proposals did meet the relevant planning policies, and that without large changes, she would not be able to offer her support to the scheme. We then revised our proposals according to the officer's comments and by removing an element of the first floor extension to the rear. The officer then confirmed that she was happy with the revised design and that she would be happy to recommend the revised designs for approval. The proposals submitted and in front of you now have been agreed, revised and agreed by your planning officers. I believe that the proposals are sympathetic to the existing dwelling and fit well within the available area. The materials and design are proposed to match the existing dwelling and are suitably subservient to the original. These revised proposals have no real impact on either loss of light or overlooking to any neighbour. The intention of this design is to enlarge an existing family dwelling in a sympathetic way and to accommodate the owner's increasing family size, not, as many objectors appear to believe, a simple way to make quick profit. The property was bought 9 years ago because of the area and its location, and that is all that is required and respectfully asked for is a modest increase in livable space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your brevity.
I've also got a statement from the owner of the property. Is that okay? This is brief as well. This is brief as well. Okay. This is from Jess Bennett, the owner of 32 Addington Place. I've had to revise it a little bit, but up to this point, I've lived here over 9 years without issue and all the while respecting the general upkeep and maintenance of the neighbourhood. I feel the plans I've submitted are no exception to this and are completely in keeping with the local area and designed with uniformity in mind, while maintaining the current appearance of the area and enhancing it by maximising the space to the side of my house. Not many other houses in the area have this additional land to build on. Therefore, my plans will not set a precedent and promote any radical changes to the area as a whole. I have previously posted a handwritten letter to all my local neighbours and apologised to them for not approaching them initially with regards to my extension plans, but I was heavily pregnant at the time. Other than that, I do not feel increasing my home in order to accommodate my growing family deserves the character assassination it has become. Not one person has approached me to discuss the proposed extension rationally, and instead have created hysteria mob mentality. I hope you can appreciate that being aggressively approached by local residents and neighbours, shouting and demanding to know my plans during the early mornings on my doorstep, making my children cry, is unacceptable. People are entitled to object to my plans, as they have, as this is a democracy. But I do think we should draw the line at being threatened in my own home when I meant no ill intentions to any of my neighbours and would never address anyone in such an aggressive manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then we, yes, and now the ward councillors have asked to speak, which is well-known names, Councillor Mike Cox, who spoke on the first item, and Councillor Mike Tarling. That's your choice. You might as well complete the journey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't aware that Councillor Cox was actually virtually in the room, but fantastic. Yeah, speaking in my own capacity as ward councillor here, I was prior to the reason I'm predetermined was I sit on the planning committee, or did sit on the planning committee of Christchurch Town Council, which I no longer sit on, and this came up for discussion. Prior to that, we were approached, Mike Cox and myself, as councillors for this area, and engaged with the issue. Subsequent to this, I did actually meet with the applicant following the strength of opinion. I'm going to answer very quickly a point made by the agent on behalf of the resident. I did actually approach the resident and say that you need to engage with your neighbours. And one of the first things, if you, especially as a householder application, the most important thing to do is engage with your neighbours as part of the process. And I think she acknowledged that she hadn't done that properly and therefore took it upon herself to write a letter. So this, setting aside, we're looking here at a material planning decision, not a neighbourhood dispute. There is a dispute here between obviously the applicant and the company, and also the company is made of a group of neighbours. So this Riversley Management Company is owned by the residents. So just a distinction to make there that as an objector they are. Just on my views on this, I've lived literally just around the corner from here for nearly 25 years. And in fact, I did look when I bought my house in Stampit at buying one of these houses. Swiftly, I think the first time looking around one, lovely houses, very big, very open, very uniform. However, I didn't buy it because there's covenants on development. And I wanted to do exactly what this applicant's doing, which is have a family, grow a family, and extend my house. So I didn't buy this. I didn't buy a house in this Georgian development. So as a town council, we already decided, and we raised objection to this on the basis of HE2, design of new development having impact on the local area. Pick up the word mock Georgian. If this was Georgian, we wouldn't be having this debate. It is a mock Georgian development. You know, if this was Bath, it would be a very key. Yeah, you wouldn't be doing this. But it's worth noting that people bought these houses purely on the basis that it is very distinctive, and for nearly 50 years, I'm forgetting how old I am now. It's very. We might look back at some point and think that mock Georgian is a style that needs to be kept, and it is one of those areas. It isn't covered by planning guidance, planning policy, but it has a very unique character. This development, we see a lot of developments of open plan. Town planning where, you know, developments of the 70s and 60s where we had this open space where people have built on front gardens. This is one that has not succumbed to this, mainly because of the strength of the covenants. But councillors, you are going to be deciding this on the fact of the planning policy of Christchurch Town Council, Christchurch approved local plan, and also other planning documents like the MPPF. So I just implore you, if you are minded to approve this scheme, I would highly recommend that to keep the character of it, that you would condition materials approval and that it does not impact the wider feel of this wider development. Thank you very much.
I've been informed that Councillor Cox does not wish to speak, but I see he is with us, so perhaps he can tell us himself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Councillor Tarling has unfortunately only came at the end, so I'm sure Councillor Tarling actually gave a representation to the residents. I think this particular scheme is inappropriate, and it should be rejected by this committee because it will be out of character, and the character of this particular area is very important to the residents. But I'm sure Councillor Tolling has done it in far more better language than I could possibly come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to the section for members of the committee to ask questions and seek clarification. And I'm going to set the ball rolling because a covenant has been referred to, and I want to ask the legal officer about what the status of this covenant.
Chairman, I don't know the details of the covenant, so I can't talk to its specificity. But what I can say is, generally speaking, purely private interests aren't matters of consideration as a general principle for planning, which is concerned with protecting public interests. That's not to say that covenants can't sometimes have relevance in the sense that they can sometimes, for example, point to issues that might be relevant. So if you've got a covenant protecting design, then design overlaps with planning, so it might overlap with a matter of public interest. But generally speaking, covenants would be private because they can still be enforced through private law actions rather than through planning.
So do I gather from that that it is not a matter for us to bring into our calculations in deciding this issue?
Chairman said, I don't know the detail of the covenant, but I understand, generally speaking, I would say that yes, that would be correct. It's not for your deliberation, but it might raise issues that are relevant to you in the planning context, which are things like design, etc., if that's what it seeks to protect.
Thank you. So is the case officer aware of the details of this covenant, the content?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not aware of the precise. My understanding is that that is a separate private issue, so I've not taken it into account as part of my deliberations. But clearly, I've considered the impact on the design of the property and the design and character of the area. So that's what I've based my assessment on.
Thank you. So the message I'm getting is this is because we don't know the details. Is not a planning issue. If necessary, it will be dealt with separately, but it's not something for us to consider today. So, has anyone else?
I'm just curious, in the document...
Councillor Salmon.
Oh yeah, Councillor Salmon, Moordown Ward. So it says in the document, the homeowners have listed the property for sale and are just doing so for resale value, but we heard from the architect, who spoke very eloquently, that that's not the case. Is that a statement of fact? Or is that something that's just been submitted as part of an objection? Can I find this property on the market at the moment?
I have no idea, but again, I don't think that is a matter for us to take into account.
Okay. That's correct.
I was just curious if this is all fact, this bullet point list, that somebody has checked and is true, or is the opinions of the objectors?
As I say, I have no idea, but set it aside. It is not relevant. Whatever the answer.
So the list I think you're talking about is the summary of the comments that have been received in response to the public consultation exercise on the application. What we do not do as officers is go through individually and seek to check individual statement that's been made. What we want to do is, for full transparency, we want to make sure that you are aware as the decision-making body what the concerns are and what the comments are that have come to us via that public consultation process. And then the relevant material planning considerations which arise from those comments that come to us, we then assess and comment on specifically within the officer's assessment of the scheme, which is set out in the body of the report. So there may be comments that are made by individuals which are reported to you We're not saying they're facts, it's just to make sure you're aware of what the different perspectives are. We do not fact check those individually before we publish the report.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, please, Sophie. First of all, the planning history, and it was mentioned, I think, by the applicant's agent. So there was an application in 2022 where a written response was given, and obviously a new application came along. Was there pre-application advice given at that time? Thank you.
Yes, so there was a pre-app submitted and was responded to, and then a application submitted after that advice was given. I say there was a change of case officer from my previous colleague, and I took it over. At that time, when I took it over, I wasn't satisfied with the plans, and therefore I requested amendments. And the amendments that you're considering today are those that I requested to overcome the concerns.
Okay, thanks for confirming that. And then one other question. So ignoring the state of covenant restrictions, would there be any permitted development rights for this property? What would an applicant resident be able to build on? Thank you.
Yeah, so under permitted development, they could go out 3 metres to the back of the property. But they couldn't go out to the side because it's adjacent to a kind of a footpath. So yeah, so any side extensions would require planning permission.
Okay, thanks for confirming.
So I don't see anyone indicating they wish to ask anything more, so we can move on to straight away onto the debate about the information we've been presented in the documents from the case officer. So anyone wishing to speak? I know I was trying to see if there was a different hand for once, but there isn't. So Councillor Salmon, over to you.
Just if anybody is curious, there is a property, Addington Place, Stampit, on Christchurch on rightmove.co.uk on for £500,000 with planning permission granted.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant. It may or may not be this same property, but that's not relevant.
Okay.
And we cannot adduce motives, even if it were this property. No? We don't know.
I just thought it was interesting. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think being a resident and meeting loads of people around this estate through the years, it is about the uniformity of the pattern. And I've also gone across Poole and Bournemouth, and there's different estates which similarly they're bungalow estate, but I think in particular this really has a high impact, that it is a development of looking at the map in that block, Addington certainly, and then wider Palmerston and Pelham and around. There are, as someone said, 24. Well, I think there must be more than 24 properties, probably 24 blocks of 4. So the uniformity for me is a key aspect, which I think is should be retained. Thank you.
Councillor Clements.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Hilliard. I think that the development is very unique and specific in its appearance. And although it has been mentioned that a precedent will not be set, there's no guarantee as to that for changes to the way the street scene looks. And I don't think that the proposed extension is in keeping with the environment as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron. Councillor Adams.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay. In reply to the comment about no precedent being set, I think there's a practical difficulty in extending a mid-terraced house out to the side. And on the look and the feel of the building, I think it's quite reassuring that we've got a recommendation to add a condition to have the same materials used. So it's still, in my opinion, I think that should be given some weight because it's still in some keeping with the area, even if it is a modification to the existing buildings.
Councillor Martin.
I just wanted to say I
think the materials used are going to be important. You know, that the brickwork matches, the windows, the shapes of the windows, the architrave around the doors and any doors and windows. I think that's all quite important. My feeling is it's going to create a lovely family home, and you're going to have a more mixture of ages on such an estate, which I think is quite important for a community feel. That would be my point.
And Councillor Rice.
Yeah, I like these estates. I like the way they look. And I find it interesting that the officer has said that it is okay for the character. And I was just wondering whether the officer could come back on a little bit more about the technical aspects of why it is why it's deemed okay and in keeping with character.
So can you answer that, Councillor Miss Maudsley?
Yes, sorry, Chair, I was just trying to share my screen. Hopefully you can see the elevations up there for you. So you can see in my report, I clearly recognise the kind of the strong character and the uniformity of this area. But in my opinion, I think adding this extension onto the end, which will not be highly visible as you kind of come down Palmerston and into Addington Place, because it is set back. I don't think that will cause material harm to the character of this area or the terrace. So I obviously have determined it against policy HE2, but in my opinion, that's not going to give rise to harm, which is what I have to assess. Thank you.
I'll have I say then. When I went to look at the area, I can see the point. They are all identical at present. And I take the point about other people could follow suit, but actually looking around the estate, I couldn't see more than possibly one or two other places where it was even physically possible that they've got enough land to the side to actually do an extension of this nature. This would be very much a one-off if we allow it. I think there's been care in the design of it. Materials are key, and I'm glad to see that that is being included as a condition. But a lot of the issues raised, like whether it's on the market, the covenant, which may be relevant, but not to us. It may be a relevance if we grant permission and will be taken up by others. It is not a planning issue. As I say, neither is whether the property is up for sale or not, with or without any planning permission we could grant. That is not relevant either. But I think in this case, care has been taken. As long as the materials match, I cannot see that this is a problem. The side wall, the wall of the footpath is remaining, has to remain. So the extension will be built within that. There is already a side window on the current extension, which will be demolished as I understand it. So the proposed window, which is only high level, not for a utility room, the current one is a proper window for a living space. I cannot see that there is any harm, as long as when the building is going on, that they obviously we can't have it piled up on the green space opposite or anything like that. As long as that is all conditioned and looked after, I don't find this a problem. But I hope maybe there will be other people. And then Councillor Gillett.
If we were to sort of look to approve this, I wonder, sort of jumping onto your point, if there were any additional conditions we could add in relation to like the construction to mitigate the effects of that on residents. Because obviously we've got the building materials, which I think is key, but I don't know if there's anything else we could maybe seek to add to reduce the sort of difficulties that other residents might have mentioned in their examples. I don't know if I get any advice of something we might be able to add.
So
shall I come in?
No.
Okay.
Say first. I mean, you may need to come in later.
This is where I give you an answer and Sophie gives you a better answer. the strict answer is planning doesn't do everything. So there are other disciplines, other legislation that will cover some of these things. We need to be mindful of the scale of this development. It's a household application. It's an extension to existing property. There would be requirements in relation to health and safety and other public protection measures under building control and other aspects that would be in place to make sure that any works that would be undertaken to implement a planning consent for an extension will be done so in the best way. What you've also heard is that in this area there's a covenant in place, and so it's also likely there'll be other private mechanisms in place to make sure about the restoration of land and other elements. So in this instance, we don't feel we need to have any more planning conditions, but I hope I can reassure you that there's other legislation that would be in place and probably other controls in place to make sure that the surrounding land is protected. Do you want to add to that, Sophie?
No, thanks, Alex. Thank you.
Councillor Gillett.
It was just in respect of the tree preservation order that was recommended as well. I'm looking at the site. This is a question. Do they mean the willow tree that was beyond the end of the site? Is that the tree that was under preservation?
So hopefully you can see the plan that was submitted as part of the application. So it's yeah, that's the Norway maple, two Norway maples to the side of the property. Obviously, there are some trees within the open space at the front. But in terms of the protected trees, that's the ones they're referring to.
So they're the ones on the grassy area that I was referring to.
Right. Yeah, to the side. Is that
to the open space, not private property? That one, I think. Okay. I can see that Councillor Tarling thinks he can speak, but he's not now a member of the Councillor.
There's some feedback from that microphone.
Councillor Tarling is indicating that he wants to speak, but as he's not a member of the committee, I don't think that is possible for this item. He's not a member of the committee. What? Yeah. So at the moment, I want to keep restricted to people who are actually voting members of the committee for this item. If anyone else wishes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Well, by definition, we all know that anything that comes to our committee is contentious in a balanced view, and we've heard the officer give their interpretation of the policies and recognising the uniqueness of this area. I don't go along with. I propose rejection on the grounds of similar to outlined of HE2 and HE3 again, the bulk massing, and in particular the character of the development. Thank you.
So is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hitchcock.
If I may, Chair, I'll seek to flesh out the reason for refusal. So if I refer members to policy HE2 of the Christchurch local plan, it's short, so I'll just read it verbatim. Design of new development. Within Christchurch and East Dorset, the design of development must be of a high quality, reflecting and enhancing areas of recognised local distinctiveness. To achieve this, development will be permitted if it is compatible with or improves its surroundings in layout, site coverage, architectural style, scale, bulk, height, materials, landscaping, visual impact, relationship to nearby properties, and relationship to mature trees. So if I were to put that the way around, what I think you're saying is that this development does not demonstrate a design of high quality that adequately reflects the local distinctive nature of the very uniform character of this area. That seems to be captured in what you're saying. There was a question about trees. Is trees part of the concern that you are looking to raise in relation to this application?
I would speak to my fellow councillor if there's any policy. Obviously, there is a tree policy covering. Again, maybe more detail, but I thought the officer's report was saying that the tree wasn't going to be affected, but
in that respect, it was only due to the fact that if it was the willow tree, then they have a much wider root span than the other trees.
Councillor, can you remind us which is the willow tree?
Oh, so at the back of the property on the left-hand side, there was a willow tree.
So it's not one of the two that are referred to in condition 4?
No, I think if you're looking at the design there, it's sort of just a little bit left of where the arrow is now. It's a bit confusing from this angle, but yeah.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so in that context, I mean, my advice to you as your officer is that we haven't had that raised as a concern in terms of any of the assessment before you. So I would suggest you focus on what the debate seems to have centred on, which is the impact on the character of this area and the fact this is such a uniform design within this area. Councillor, you also mentioned policy HE3. HE3 talks about landscape quality. In this instance, I think my best advice to you, I'm looking at my colleague in case he shakes his head, I think my best advice to you would be to focus on HE2, which talks about the character of the area rather than introducing HE3. So that's one reason for refusal. The failure of the development to safeguard the unique character and the uniqueness and uniformity of the character of this area in contrary to policy HE2.
thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy with that, and hopefully my seconder is. Thank you.
And there's also a saved policy H12, I'm being told remotely, so that would also be part of the reason for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Martin.
I just feel that the extension is actually in keeping, provided the right materials are used, it's actually in keeping with the character of the area. I think it actually does enhance the area as well, because it's going to increase the value of the housing stock generally, you know, the average value overall. It's a beautiful home, and I would propose that we accept it. Sorry.
Thank you. We've actually got a motion that's been tabled and seconded. We've got we'll talk to that one, which is fine. You've done that, but we can only really, I mean, it would be better to wait until that one's been dealt with before we think about a second motion. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for your guidance.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion that we've got? The motion for refusal on grounds of HE2, policy HE2.
And 12.
And 12, yes.
Chair, so H12 is a saved policy from the 2001 Christchurch Local Plan, which amongst other things refers to, it covers this as ostensibly the same ground as HE2, but I can, if you give me 2 minutes, I can find the exact wording.
Thank you. So there are no new elements in that?
No, nothing additional. It's about design, appearance, character.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, just one tiny thing with regards to the symmetry and character of the area. I have noticed that there are other properties within this estate, not that particular sort of square that it's called a square, that have got 3 windows along the top. So they're not all exactly the same in terms of character. So that does err on the, it makes me think that this is an okay application. But...
Thank you. So let's move to the vote. I've already said that I think it's acceptable. We've had views on both sides. So now we move to the vote. So if you think that this application should be refused in accordance with the motion, vote yes for refusal. If you think it should not, sorry, if you think it should not be refused, you're voting against, and again, there's the option to abstain. So those who think it should be refused, vote for now. And those who think it shouldn't be refused, vote against now. And any abstention? Okay, so now we move on. Councillor Martin, if you want to make your motion now, now is the time you could do so.
I'll repeat it all if that's okay. I think it's in keeping with the area, especially if the same materials are used. It's just going to be further on. And I think it will actually enhance the area because it will generally increase the value of housing stock in that area, because that particular house will be worth more, so it'll take the average up. And so therefore the extension is going to be in keeping with the character of the area, and so therefore I propose that we accept the planning application.
Just as a matter, house values are not really a planning issue. They're not usually taken into consideration. So you could say it improves the quality of the housing.
Yes,
maybe.
yes.
I think that would be acceptable, but not the value.
Yeah, it certainly improves the quality because it's turned a 3-bedroom small family home into a really comfortable, luxurious four family, 4-bedroom family home. I think it's lovely. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to second, subject to the conditions laid out in the officer's report.
Thank you. So does anyone wish to speak to the motion to accept? Councillor Dove.
Thank you. I suppose I'll be looking at this in terms of bulk and in particular where it comes to the right angle, whether it would close that gap down. And I do believe that there is sufficient room with that pathway in the green area, so that no matter what angle you look at, you will always determine some space and some sky between the two buildings. And it's on that basis that I feel that it's appropriate and it wouldn't be too bulky for the area.
Thank you. And given that there is actually a side extension already, which smaller, admittedly, but there is already a side extension of some kind. Any more wishing to speak? Right, let's move to the vote then. So we now have a motion proposed and seconded that we accept this planning application. Those who wish to accept it vote for, those who think it should be refused vote against or abstain. So those who think it should be accepted vote for now. And those against? And I assume no abstentions, because I think the numbers add up. No abstentions. Okay, so that is clearly carried and passed, so that extension can go ahead, subject to the conditions and any covenants which are a separate matter. So we welcome Councillor Tarling back onto the committee. And we're moving on to item 6C, which is 46 Winston Avenue. And I can't remember who the case officer is.
Chairman, I'll present that.
Right.
Unfortunately, the case officer's away. So just bear with me 2 seconds while I call up the PowerPoint. Just put it in slideshow mode. Excellent. Right. Chairman, the chair, apologies. So this is an application for household development at 46 Winston Avenue in Poole. Single-storey side extension, dormer on the front and a front porch. The only reason it's coming to you is because the applicant is an elected member. It's a fairly straightforward householder application from our point of view. Just one thing I want to draw to your attention on this aerial shot and in the OS plan I'll go to next is just a slightly unusual relationship with the property to the east. So you can see most of the properties on Winston Avenue sit on a fairly consistent frontage, and then we've got slightly unusual relationship with the property to the east, which sits much further back in its plot and has a garage in front of it. And you can see that a little bit more clearly on the ordnance survey plan. Application site's one with the blue dot, and the proposal is to remove this existing garage to the side, build a side extension on there and make some other alterations. So this is a block plan just showing all of the proposed elements. You've got a porch at the front, a dormer on the front elevation, and this side extension, which will adjoin the neighbour at number 48 garage. So this is the existing elevation. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag after I... Okay. This is the existing elevations of the property, a fairly typical 1930s, just skipped on a slide, fairly typical 1930s property with a detached garage to the side. Just to note, there's a change in levels that you can see there, where the garage sits up much higher, and that will be replaced as part of the scheme with a single-storey lean-to extension. Sorry, there is a lag between me clicking. Right, I should be less trigger happy. That'll be replaced with this side extension on the eastern side. There's a small dormer in the front, and then the porch extension also you can see on there. So just to show you what that means in terms of floor plan, just in here there's a dotted line of the garage that gets removed. You've got this single-storey element here, porch at the front, and then just at the bottom you'll just be able to see bottom right where the dormer will be added. So just going to some photos briefly of the site. If it ever moves on. Try again. So you can see here the existing property, and just on the right hand side, so that's where you can see the chimera. That's the back of the garage, which gets demolished, and then you can see the slightly unusual relationship where you've got next door quite far back into the site. Just a couple of other photos. This existing conservatory stays, but just to show you that it's slightly unusual on the right-hand photograph, the next door's property has quite a large bay window looking down into. Oh, really? Sorry. I thought I was projecting myself. I'm really sorry, Councillor. I'll try. Yes, just to say, on the right-hand side, you've got a slightly unusual, atypical relationship where you've got a large bay window of the neighbour looking straight down into the applicant's garden. And just last couple of photos, top left one's taken from Google, just to show you how far the neighbour is set back into the site. So the extension will go on the side there where the garage is, and then on the right hand side, just looking down, you can see how the levels drop as you go down the road. In terms of our assessment, I'll just skip back to the elevations. Whilst to date, I haven't seen any other two-storey houses in the road with a dormer on the front. It's a very small dormer, well designed, in keeping, and a modest addition. And we're satisfied overall that the scheme has an acceptable impact on the character of the area, and is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you. So, as I understand it, there's no one registered to speak at all. So, straight away open to questions. Any, Councillor Adams?
This may not be one that you're allowed to answer, but if an identical application came in from someone who wasn't an elected member, would it even come to the committee, or would it have powers to be granted under sort of delegated decision making?
Ordinarily, yes, unless it met some of the triggers. So, for example, a member call in, or for example, it proved controversial and we had 20 plus objections. But ordinarily, it would be similar to many of the applications that we deal with under our delegated authority.
Which doesn't necessarily mean we've got to approve it. It's up to you and us. Do you want to? Right. Since there are no more questions, let's move on to the debate. Anyone wish to comment on this application? Councillor Adams.
Sorry, the first one I didn't say a thing and now I can't shut up. Basically looking through, I can't see anyone whatsoever opposed to it, which is refreshing after the last two. Obviously, there's no objections from the Biodiversity Officer, Environmental Health, Highways Authority. I'm pretty happy to move on it, pretty sharpish, but I don't see a problem with it. And I'm happy to.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Tarling, is that a?
Yeah, happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. So. If you wish to approve, vote for. If you wish to, oh, hang on, hang on. Right, forget about what I was going to say. If you wish to approve, vote for. Unanimous. Thank you. On to item 6D, Landed Aviation Business Park, and I call, I've lost my page, Claire McCarthy to present the case. And I'd explain why this is brought to us, because it's not a normal planning application as we've looked at so far today.
Good afternoon, members. It is really just seeking delegation from the members today from the planning committee to oh, I haven't done this on slideshow, so slideshow, where's it gone? Perhaps it doesn't matter. Are you okay with it like this? I usually do. Oh, here we are from beginning. Back in December,
yeah, we've got it full screen now. That's much better.
Good, perfect. So back in December 2021, we took the 3 applications that are listed on this slide to planning committee, and I'll just quickly run through with you what it was about. And so the committee at that time delegated approval, subject to us sorting out some issues to do with the highways to get the road across the business park with full cycleway pedestrian facilities right through to connect and make it sustainable. And therefore we had to go away, and we were given 6 months to go away and get agreement for those road details. And we couldn't achieve it in the 6 months. The committee minutes said to bring it back after 6 months to committee. So it's taken 18 months. We're now bringing it back just to let you all know that we've achieved what was requested, and it's met all the requirements of the previous member's decision recommendation, and therefore it's now recommended that we that you as members would delegate for us to issue the decisions on this, which is bringing huge benefits to the economy. It's taken a long time coming, but I can assure you that all the issues have been dealt with. So the next slide is showing you where the aviation business park. I'm sure you're all aware of the airport here. We've got Matcham's Lane here and Chapelgate here, which are both ends of there's the Western Aviation Business Park and there's the Eastern Aviation Business Park. And this proposal is comprehensive to run all the way through from Chapel Lane here with a new cycleway, footway infrastructure. The section 106 contains the part that doesn't fall in the application site up to here. And then the application estate road runs right across here and out to about here. And then the next section leading to here is also in the section 106 agreement, including cycleway, footway throughout. And then we have it comes right out to Matcham's Lane, and we've also secured junction improvements at Matcham's Lane and also at Avon Causeway down here. That will all be in section 278, linked in the section 106 agreement. So that's the site. The next slide shows you the range of applications. So the outline application includes zone A, B, C, D and E. And these areas are all the areas where the industrial estate can be expanded with 85,100 square meters of development, which is huge. It is your largest allocated industrial development site across BCP. And so there's huge benefits to the economy once this can be released. But obviously in the first place, we were concerned, and members were very concerned, that it should only be released with permission if we could make sure that the access road, the blue line right through here, would connect up also through to Chapel Lane here and out to Mountbatten Drive here and out to Matcham's Lane. This has all happened. So this is the slide of the outline development in detail. You can see those areas of industrial development, which this is on part of the old runway area here. The runway now runs east to west, not north to south. And then, so you've got all those areas and the road, and the end of that actual estate road is the link part, but we've gone beyond that to secure more. So the next slide shows you the start and end of the estate road itself. It shows you the new site to be developed at Mountbatten Drive for another 10,000 on top square meters of industrial land there. And this piece here up to here is included with footway, cycleway all the way through and to here. In order to be able to do it, we've had to make sure that there's an interim position before they've started building much of it, where we've got a temporary cycleway, footway, and then once the development reaches a certain point where it triggers the need for the full cycleway, the full estate road to be completed, that is all secured in the section 106 agreement. So yeah, that's really all I've got to say there. And so coming back to the main agenda item again here, it is simply seeking delegation. We're not asking you to determine the application today. We're asking for delegation from the planning committee members to the interim director of planning and destination for us as officers to be able to determine and issue the decision notices with the section 106 agreements that have all been completed and signed and are ready to go, because there's 3 applications involved in this, because they're all interlinked in the wording of the section 106 agreement. As you can see from the way I've described how the road works, each one has to relate to the timing of that in its own way and the provision of certain aspects of it before they can be built out. So the 3 section 106 agreements slightly differently worded for each of those 3 applications, but all secure the same thing. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. I think that was very clear, but then I was on the original committee, so I know, more than some of the people present today, most of the people present today who were not involved. So with that in mind, are there any questions? Remember, we are not looking at the principle of the development or the plans for the industrial estate. We are only looking at whether we should delegate authority to go ahead and basically agree it. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Madam Chair. I'm sort of struggling with the idea that if we delegate the powers to the interim head of planning, that obviously there are perhaps potentially some material points that we may wish to raise. I've got one. I do know the area quite well. I worked at Bournemouth Airport and in the previous guise, and responsible for some of the buildings there. Just a question regarding the road. Is there a concern I have is would it become, I read here it's about cycleways, but is there actually vehicular access across the site? Could somebody effectively cut the corner between Chapelgate and Matcham's Lane with vehicles? The reason I ask that is the road past the airport is very, very congested. And if I know there's a little rat run around the back, I might be taking it myself.
Yes, I can answer that for you. Yes, so there is automatic number plate recognition, which forms part of the Section 106 agreement, so that people coming in from the east side from Matcham's Lane, or there's one at Matcham's Lane side, there's one at the Chapel Lane side. So if anyone is coming in and they aren't authorised to come into the business park, their number will be recognised and they won't be given entry to do so. So it isn't going to be a rat run at all, and that's all been secured in the agreement. That was all part of the former decision as well. So yes, the good part is that it will take some of the traffic off Parley Lane for those that are seeking to access legitimately for business purposes the aviation business park, because they can come off Matcham's Lane or off Chapel Gate, and then they can come in through and they don't need to use Parley Lane, which does get congested. So it will offer benefits in that respect, but there is protection that it won't be a rat run for anyone to go through.
I'm not sure. Are you satisfied with that answer, Councillor Tarling?
Yes, I am. I have one more question regarding that road.
Okay.
Just regarding the fire access provision for the airport, just confirm that was sought, because I believe there is a fire access point at that point, or off the Matcham's Lane to the airport in case of disaster at the airport.
Yeah, the fire access is available. Yes, that's still going to be the case, but we've got most of the HGVs now. In fact, all of the HGVs will be coming off Chapel Gate rather than through Matcham's Lane and that Moors River Bridge. But all of the small goods vehicles and cars will be able to go out that way. So that will be the majority of the vehicles going out from either end or coming in from either end.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling's indicated he's satisfied. We've got Councillor Martin and then Councillor Salmon.
Just a question, it's just a technical question about the automatic number plate recognition. I just wonder how effective and easy that will be to run, because if you've got an industrial estate with lots and lots of units on it, you're going to have customers wanting to access that estate, and how will an automatic number plate system get around that?
Yes, so yes, there will be a barrier system, and there will be that barrier system will be managed, and there will be that opportunity to. So it's all been agreed through the highways section in terms of the details of that, but there was a lot of discussion to make sure that we obviously don't end up with queues of people lining up each side because they can't get in and need to go back out and all of that. So yeah, it will be a manned system.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon and then Councillor.
So I might be being a bit thick and have missed it. So is this cycleway going to be segregated from regular traffic?
It will be part of, yes, it will be curbed and separate from, but it will be adjoining the highway. So at the moment, the airport doesn't really, it's quite informal, and many parts of it are dating back to the sort of wartime, and you don't have proper footpaths along many sections of it at all, or cycleways. And so this was actually quite significant. And I think anyone that has worked there would verify that there's a lot of unsafe areas on the highway around the airport. It's privately owned and it's not public highway, and it isn't to those standards. But this road that's been inserted to run all the way through is now meeting fully adoptable standards with it's already been safety audited by your highway engineers as well for the first stage of safety audit to verify that the cycleway and footway provision is safe as well as, and it's all part of the same highway, and the cycleway does change from one side of the road to the other at one point, but there's pedestrian crossings, there's drop curbs, there's bus stops, there's all the safety things that you would have on an adopted road are going to be on this new estate road running through. And it's why it took so long to achieve it, not just 6 months, because there was it was hard to negotiate to agree to those standards, but we did get there in the end. Both parts had to make concessions, and we got there in the end with a scheme that is built to those standards.
Councillor Salmon.
And just to follow up on that, so the way it's segregated, there'll be no chance where vehicles can park on that cycle lane. So it's going to be curbed. It's going to be absolutely separate from the flow of traffic.
In the final version, yes, there is an interim position in the section 106 where we have for the initial stage, before many of the units have been built, we have a situation where we've got some marked up designated areas with cross-hatched yellow where it's quite clear that vehicles cannot go, but they're very minimal, and that's only the interim position before we're well underway with the development. So it's been secured because there was that one area in particular where it was very tight and difficult to achieve it.
Councillor Dove.
Thank you, Chair. I did listen to the previous meeting when this came up, and obviously transport around this scheme was quite a big discussion, and it's to that I'd like to just ask a couple of questions. It's been indicated that the traffic will move, or you'll have some sort of split and divide of traffic from Parley into Matchams, and Matchams is a highly recreational area, lots of cyclists going out to Herne Forest, Ramsdown, and of course snow tracks out there. At the moment, as it goes past the airport, it's a national speed limit road, there are no curbways, and it is a single track road. So I appreciate we've looked at the scheme inside the airports, but when you talked about having increased access and road improvements outside of the airport, Matchams Lane is the area that leaves me concerned, because up to Herne Village you've got some cycleways, and then it veers off to Parley and you've got some nice cycleways. We've got nothing in terms of Matchams. So what's been done there in terms of for recreational users, cyclists, pedestrians, etc., with the increased traffic? And also, will it only be from the south, so i.e. from sort of like where the Christchurch Cricket Club is up to the airport, or will it be coming from the north as well? Because I know what will happen is the village by the 338, that will be the off junction rather than coming down to Blackwater and then going up north. So just wondered what was going to happen in the surrounding area, please.
Yeah, no, I can definitely answer that. In relation to this application, the Matchams Lane junction is going to change, and there's going to be traffic lights there. It's going to be traffic light controlled. There's going to be a traffic regulation order with a speed control reduction down Matchams Lane there leading to Avon Causeway. There's also a section 278 new highway works junction at Avon Causeway, because when we were looking at the projected traffic flows for the traffic through the airport coming in from Matcham's Lane, it was determined that they need to, where the post office is, the verge area there just has to be sort of shaved a little bit to allow a widening and a safer access and traffic lights there. So there's these two junction improvements. They also form part of the Section 278 agreement. The Section 106 agreement linked to the 278, and that is for the outline application itself. They're referenced in the other two applications, but works are needed to enable the other two applications as well. But the works are tied to the outline application itself and the generation of those extra employment units.
So just to clarify, we've got improved access and junctions so that we don't have the same congestion that we see at the moment. And I agree, absolutely, visibility coming out near the post office is very difficult. But in terms of road widening or segregated cycle lanes, on Matcham Lane, there's absolutely nothing being put in place for recreational uses, even though we acknowledge that there's going to be increased uses of vehicles and small good vehicles.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't achieve that. It was looked at very closely. You've got actually 2 kilometres of estate road, the airport, and so it's a huge stretch we've achieved within the site, and we've got safe junctions. Most cyclists are likely to come in from Chapelgate entry. They're likely to come from Ferndown, West Parley, and up potentially, if the TCF routes come through, potentially up through from Moordown area and there. But
that doesn't help recreational users who are going to Herms Forest, Ramsbottom, Snow Tracks, people out at the afternoon. It just does not address issues of people who aren't going to the airport to work.
So the point is that the application is about the employment land, the employment designation, and bringing that forward. So what's in scope for the application is to make sure that people who are going there to work or going there as customers or whatever it might be, we need to make sure there's adequate mitigation and provision in place for them. If there are wider issues outside of the application site which already exist, we can't fix those through this application unless they would be made worse or impacted upon by the development which is being proposed on the outline application. So what we have is a Section 106 legal agreement which secures land outside the red line of the application site to make sure the improvements run all the way to both adjoining roadways. Plus we have the associated Section 278 highways legal agreements which make sure the works are going to come forward on the highway. So we're making sure, and this is the planning test, we're making sure that the planning application consumes its own smoke. What we can't do is use the planning application to fix wider issues which are beyond the scope of the development.
So just to be clear on the works and everything going on, and I'm supportive of the fact that they have a really good sustainable model in terms of people working in the airport and how they would get there. But what is happening as a result of this new junction at Matcham's is increasing the traffic on that road to service this new development. So it's not wider issues and it's not a problem that's there and we use this application to solve that. It's the fact that there is going to be a creation of small goods vehicles and increased vehicles using that exit out of that employment site. And if you are a recreational user, you are not going to the airport, but you will be travelling up and down that road because it is an incredible area to go and visit, and particularly by cyclists. That's my concern. And I just don't understand how we've got this far without thinking of other road users who aren't just using the airport. That's where I'm coming from.
We have secured a lot of ecological benefits as well, amounting to for that whole area of Matcham's Lane, which I know doesn't directly address your issue about recreation, but just to let you know, it's well over £400,000 in terms of securing ecological benefits in that area. and keeping the you know, that character and quality of the heathland in that area there. So that exists. And I think just to grasp the whole vastness of this from east to west of this airport and the scale of what we've asked them to achieve, and the reason we couldn't achieve that cycleway footway for so long was because the sheer length of from the east to the west of the airport. And that will now provide for all those people coming to access jobs at that site, the employment for, you know, and that in itself is the significant benefit. That is the benefit that really had to be satisfied. We had to make sure that anyone coming for jobs in this area would have the highway access available for them to do that. And that has been achieved.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep going on about this, Chair, and I recognise that and I appreciate that. I just don't know what options are available to us because I have a feeling what are the next steps.
I appreciate that, but that's not an issue that we're looking at today. It's not part of our remit at the moment. It may be very valid, but it's not our remit at the moment. Okay, Councillor Salmon.
Sorry, Chair, I disagree because the committee were really unhappy with the travel plans in the last meeting and they still haven't been addressed in this meeting.
So if I can explain what today's about. So any planning application is a balance. So these matters came to planning committee in December 2021, and on balance the committee decided to resolve to grant permission for those planning applications. So there would have been factors in their weighing up exercise at that time that they would have been very happy with, and there may have been factors that the committee at that time were less happy with. But the resolution, the balancing point was reached that on balance they were happy with all three of these schemes, subject to a section 106 being drawn up, which has done exactly what Ms McCarthy has set out in terms of what we've achieved. So what we've done as officers is we went away and we plugged in the last piece of the jigsaw to allow the decisions to be issued. What went wrong is that we weren't able to do that within the 6-month time horizon that we were set by the resolution. The resolution of the committee gives us the power to issue the decision notice. So because that 6-month period had fallen, our powers to issue the planning decision had fallen away. And that's why we're here today to see whether you will delegate powers to us to issue the decision notices. Now, the reason we're talking about the scope of the decision is the committee came to a view in December 2021. If the committee were minded to start re-investigating the merits of the application, you would need to set out why you think there's been a material change in circumstances since when the committee previously looked at the application. If you started to re-investigate the merits of the scheme and look at it all again, and there were no material change in circumstances, it could be viewed that the council was acting unreasonably, because you're looking to revisit a decision when there's been no change in the intervening period to legitimise the fact that you want to go back and look at that previous resolution. So that's why we've brought the recommendation to you in the manner that we have.
I just remember it very differently, and I just remember Councillor Farquhar, for example, really raising concerns about the travel plan around the airport and the surrounding areas. So I think you and I just remember it very, very differently in terms of why it's been sort of deferred and sent back.
I could just clarify on the just to mention that the travel plan is finalised. Exactly all of the things that were requested and wanted in the travel plan have been secured, and so we have got increased bus services coming to the business park to line up with the new jobs available. We've got just numerous benefits coming from the travel plan, and everything that was asked to be secured, we did. Again, it took quite a long time. The travel plan has now been the revised area-wide travel plan, which is for the whole airport and business park, has been provided by the applicant, agreed by your highways officers, and has met all of the requirements of what was requested back at that planning committee. So there are, you know, it has, there's even going to be a 20-hour-a-week officer to manage the travel plan, encourage sustainable travel throughout all the new business park units, and to make and to review the processes of whether bus, whether car shares, how we're working and cycling and encouraging that. So there is a lot of investment gone into that, and it's brought up to date the one that was for the airport, and that it's now linked with the business park, and it's actually achieved everything that meets current travel plan requirements and everything that was requested back in that committee in December 2021.
I hope we can move on quickly, but Councillor Salmon's got a question, and then maybe I think we can move on to the discussion.
Yeah, I am very conscious that meeting fatigue is sinking in. I think we're going to have to avoid 4-hour meetings in the future. Meetings of 2 hours, that's the longest a meeting can be, and still have sensible decisions. Is there a material decision we need to make so is it just, do we delegate this or not? And if we don't delegate it, what's the alternative? Do we literally put on our councillor officer outfits and do the work of the officers? Is there a genuine alternative to delegating or not?
Well, Chairman, the simple fact is members, that's exactly what members are asked to decide. If they don't delegate it to officers, officers have no power to issue the decision. It will come back to members to really assess the application. That's where it's
and it delays the whole scheme.
And as Mr. Cusack explained, the reality is officers will then explain if there's been any material changes of circumstances since that point. And if there aren't any, members may find it have to ask themselves why, or give a reason why they want to depart from the previous decision of the council.
Right. Can I propose that we delegate this to the officers then? That would be my thing.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder?
Happy to
Councillor
second.
Tarling. Thank you. Right, do we need to discuss it? No. Right, straight to the vote. So if you want to agree to the delegation, vote for. If you don't...
Sorry, super quickly. In the presentation it says...
I do try.
I'm really sorry. I note it says interim director of planning destination. We have a permanent director of planning and destination, so it's just to the
Oh yeah.
planning destination.
Hot off the press?
Yes, so Sam Fox, who's been operating as director of planning destination for the last year or so, was confirmed in post this week, so he's no longer an interim.
So same individual, lose the word interim.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Subject to that very slight amendment, do vote for if you wish to delegate to Sam. Vote against if you do not wish to, but think about the consequences. Sorry, I shouldn't sway it. And if you wish to abstain, abstain. So those who wish to delegate to the head of planning and destination.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah.
And anyone abstaining?
I had an AOB. I wanted to talk about the meeting on the 15th of Feb we've got next year. I think that falls on half term.
I don't think we need to do that while we've got the live stream on. We'll talk about it after. Okay.